In the United States, anyone presumed to be a threat to Everyone knows that in the United States, anyone presumed to be a threat to national security is eliminated without any form of trial. No one will talk about human rights violations. All over the world, the United States gives itself the right to kill or intervene whenever it deems it necessary for its interests. We can recall here the cases of Panama and Haiti, but also those of Cuba in 1901 and 1961, without forgetting Vietnam, Iran in 1980, Iraq and Afghanistan more recently. France is no exception. It has committed and continues to commit coups d'état in Africa, especially in French-speaking Africa, without any regard for human lives, without forgetting its support for terrorism in the Sahel, which has killed thousands of people and which continues to haunt our populations. In France itself, as we saw in November and December 2018, the Yellow Vests were repressed, still in France, following the murder by the police of Jean Nahel in 2023. The small people of France rose up. They were violently repressed, with scenes of torture of another age. As for France, no one raised a single protest. No one spoke of human rights violations. Even in our own country, the already conditioned media have not seen any human rights violations. In our countries, especially in the countries under the control of the West, and more particularly under the control of France, the regimes in place can murder, torture, without ever speaking of human rights violations. In Guinea, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Senegal, citizens who protested against the third anti-constitutional mandate were massacred with the blessing of the West. Every time the authorities of the transition take the floor, imperialism and its local valleys tremble. They tremble because they know that it is yet to reveal to the public an aspect of their intrigues.
The scientists at Harvard have discovered that men over 40 who don't fail in bed do a 15-second boner-boosting hack before going to bed. Last Friday,
Their alarm against this is that every time an authority takes the floor, we speak too much instead of acting. As if the people were not witnesses of the acts of development, of social transformation, and of the fight against terrorism that we are imposing. We have spoken. We speak, and we will speak to raise awareness so that the people will never again be fooled by adventurers without faith or law and illusory merchants. That said, I would like to ask myself a question. What does the flag that we have just hoisted represent? The flag is a federative element. It is the symbol of the unity of a people for a cause, the national cause. The flag reminds us every time that, above all, there is a nation to defend and to promote. The flag reminds us that the particular interests, the partisan interests, must be able to combine with the general interest. If not, the particular interest must be erased so that the general interest in the national cause triumphs. I am used to saying that it is better to be poor in a rich and strong state than rich in a poor and weak state. There have been rich and strong men in poor or weak countries. Some of them have found their limits. It suffices to cite the case of General Manuel Noriega. the all-powerful president of Panama in the 1980s. In December 1989, when the Americans decided to arrest him, they were going to kill him in his palace. His escape into a diplomatic enclave was only a short-lived reprieve for him. The Americans eventually obtained his extradition. Likewise, in Haiti, General Raoul Cedras overthrew President Jean-Bertrand Aristide in 1994. The Americans eventually gave him an ultimatum to leave power. Faced with his refusal to obtain permission, the American army evicted him from his palace. They saluted him by taking refuge in Panama. These strong and rich men reigned in poor or weak states. On the contrary, men not particularly rich, but who presided over the destiny of strong states,
all right, so we have no copyright to the video, just for educational purpose. And we will be on sharp 1 p.m. So we have 11 minutes to 1, or more, let's just say 10 minutes to 1. So 1 o'clock, we're going to be on here. So I'm still backstage. But again, the topic for today, last week, we, for some reason, for some difficulty, we could not continue with the video because something happened behind the scenes, which I don't know. I had no idea. But again, the topic for today, we brought it back. It's called, will the major perpetrator face justice, war and economic crime court of Liberia? That's what we're going to be discussing today, because we have a lot of perpetrators and we want to point them out as they are fighting for the economic and war crime court in Liberia. We want to leave no stone untouched. They all have to face the economic and war crime court. All those who partook indirectly or directly within the war in Liberia, and that is why we do research and we come here and we hope it reach to the so-called lawmaker of Liberia. So we will be back.
were able to face all attempts at recovery or destabilization. It suffices to cite the case of Cuba, a small country in the United States, which was able to resist all the assaults of the Americans. We can also cite the case of the small Nicaragua, which headed the all-powerful United States in the 1980s. We could also cite the case of Venezuela, of Hugo Chavez to Nicolas Maduro, and of Iran, which since the Islamic Revolution of 1979 has successfully faced all attempts at destabilization. A strong state is therefore a guarantee of security and stability for institutions and a factor of development. The current poverty of Black Africa is partly due to attempts to corporalize leaders and destabilize regimes. We can agree that if the revolution of Thomas Sankara had lasted, even for a decade, Burkina could have been put on the development rail. Ghana, which was a failed and hopeless country, was put on the development rail thanks to the visionary policy of President Rawlings through the establishment of a strong state. To build a strong state, it will be necessary to be able to play out the traps conceived by the dominators to make our states weak, malleable at will. Among these traps, there are three that need to be analyzed. These are the so-called respect for human rights, the so-called respect for freedom of expression, and the neo-colonial institutions of our modern states. It is obvious that if human rights were unknown in Africa, Europeans would not have come to find kingdoms and organized societies with brilliant civilizations. Pre-colonial African art dazzled the colonizer to the point that he plundered works of art to fill his museums and salons of aristocrats and bourgeois. Without an elaborate social organization respecting the rights of each social category, such a result could not have been achieved. Today, human rights are an instrument of control of third world societies in the service of the West. They allow the West to have the guarantee that its local valleys, some of which are directly financed by the West, others indirectly by distorted procedures, will have all the latitude to carry out their activities in order to infiltrate state apparatus and weaken our states for the benefit of the West. In our countries, fundamental rights are not yet satisfied. Human rights consist first of feeding the population, caring for them, educating them, housing them decently. The West does not see these human rights to be satisfied in our countries, even though it regularly throws away its agricultural and industrial overproduction in order to maintain and raise the prices of its products. What concerns it is only the assurance that these elements infiltrated in our societies can continue their work of agitation and sabotage for their own benefit in all impunity. When the same rights are violated in the West, it is done in silence, or at the very least, through simple measures of maintaining order. Everyone knows that in the United States, anyone presumed to be a threat to national security is eliminated without any form of trial. No one will talk about human rights violations. All over the world, the United States gives itself the right to kill or intervene whenever it deems it necessary for its interests. We can recall here the cases of Panama and Haiti, but also those of Cuba in 1901 and 1961, without forgetting Vietnam, Iran in 1980, Iraq and Afghanistan more recently. France is no exception. It has committed and continues to commit coups d'état in Africa, especially in French-speaking Africa, without any regard for human lives, without forgetting its support for terrorism in the Sahel, which has killed thousands of people and which continues to haunt our populations. In France itself, as we saw in November and December 2018, the Yellow Vests were repressed, still in France, following the murder by the police of Jean Nahel in 2023. The small people of France rose up. They were violently repressed, with scenes of torture of another age. As for France, no one raised a single protest. No one spoke of human rights violations. Even in our own country, the already conditioned media have not seen any human rights violations. In our countries, especially in the countries under the control of the West, and more particularly under the control of France, the regimes in place can murder, torture, without ever speaking of human rights violations. In Guinea, in Côte d'Ivoire, in Senegal, citizens who protested against the third anti-constitutional mandate were massacred with the blessing of the West. More recently, opponents were massacred in Chad several times, without the West finding anything to say. In Burkina Faso, unique trials were organized, and out-of-norm condemnations were pronounced. Opponents were thrown into prison for years. The West did not see or hear anything. No one spoke of human rights violations. What hypocrisy! Just like human rights, it comes from the same 7 horses of 3, which is freedom of expression, For the West, these local values infiltrated in our societies have the right to express themselves as they see fit, without any restrictions or regulations. Regardless of anyone who dares to question this, immediately, governments and Western media mount their great horses, negatively exaggerate the facts, and threaten.
Les ambassades, les ONG à la solde de l'Occident et les institutions internationales sont
The embassies, NGOs on the soil of the West, and international institutions are contributing to vilify, intimidate, and repress.
la liberté d'expression que les Occidentaux.
However, they do not violate the freedom of expression as much as the West. Since the outbreak of the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, France and other Western countries, although not belligerent, have expelled Russian press organs from their territories. Subsequently, the Lady of Sochi has been forbidden to enter and stay in France for a simple case of opinion. Recently, an activist withdrew the French nationality also for a case of opinion.
Le 20 mars dernier, un élu local français
On March 20th, a local French elected would have been suspended simply for having accepted to be an observer to the Russian presidential scrutiny.
Alors, où se trouve la liberté d'expression en Occident?
So where is the freedom of expression in the West? It is time to understand that it is not the freedom of expression that the West defends, but rather the ideological, political, and economic interests. The so-called freedom of expression and the so-called human rights are simple means of action to achieve these ends in our countries. It is not up to anyone to dispute that human rights are by far better respected in our countries than in the Arab Muslim countries, where freedom of belief does not exist, where women have neither the freedom of their movement nor the freedom of their choice of life.
But everyone has a different story to tell. Shell, which says it's losing the Tampa market.
Staggering rise. In Northeast Africa, precisely on the Horn of Africa.
All right. Good afternoon, folks. Once again, I just want to say welcome to you all. As you come on, please share the live, and if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to this great platform, WCC. I'm Frank. As usual, I am your host. This is a revolutionary repatriation educational lecture CV aspect of WCC every Sunday at 1 p.m. where we are unapologetic of what we say, because it is the reality of what we speak upon, and that's what make us unapologetic. Because those that are doing the act, they are unapologetic in their attitude and their behavior. So as we are addressing those unapologetic attitude of them in our same perspective, we are unapologetic of what we say based on their actions. Now let's continue. Today's topic, it says, will the major perpetrators face justice? Will the major perpetrator face justice? War and economic crime court. War and economic crime of Liberia. Those that partook in the killing, the funding, the torture, the very warlord groups of Liberia, those that partook in the destruction of Liberia directly and indirectly, will they be responsible? Will they face justice for the economic and war crime of Liberia? If not, there will be no war crime court. If not, we will not support the war and economic crime court of Liberia. And that is why, tirelessly, all right, we are fighting on, on sleepless night to find information, to find resources, to give it to our people, to educate our people, to open the mind of our people, to give awareness to our people that the economy and war crime code in Liberia, even as much as we support it, all those, what are international, let me say this, what are the US, what are the UK, what are Germany, what are France, what are Africos, what are Ghana, Nigeria, what are even AU, what are ECWA, if they were responsible, they all should go and face justice. But if they want to do justice, well, they will be subjective, where they look at certain people, they target them just because those people in a country, in Liberia, do not favor their selfish interests, and they are pushing the economic war crime code based on the ignorance of our people, based on the circumstances of our people. It will not work, because we are here to educate our people. The war and economic crime code will not take place if certain nations are not involved in their role they play in Liberia, that including the United States. And that is what today we are here, because all the conflict, all the war, the chaos that have taken place in Liberia since 1822, the United States have been the major role. In fact, the United States have been the funder. The United States have been the funder of all the war, the chaos, the killing, the looting in Liberia, the removal of president in Liberia. The United States have been the father, the creator of the war in Liberia. Let's continue here. Anything we say here, we're unapologetic because we have evidence, we have information to it. Now, a level of the United States to come and prove herself wrong. And which, of course, she knows she will not prove herself wrong, because these are factual information. Now, let's continue here. Let's look at the first article here. Now, this first article, we were reading it last week when the tempo of our life, and we decided to come back today because we're going to come back. Even if today they do the same thing, we will come back. Next we will just stop it. We will make sure and present. We are going to make sure we present this particular topic, no matter what they do. Now, let's continue here. It says, the United States covered an overt operation in Liberia, 1970 to 2003. That's the first article. Let's continue here. So what we're going to see here is, we're going to see systematically, right, how the United States have been playing the role of the chaotic situation in Liberia systematically. You're going to see how the United States was involved in the assassination of Turbo, William Arrow Turbo. How the United States was vividly involved in the assassination of President William Arrow Turbo. All the way to how she was involved in the assassination of President Samuel Kenyon Doe. Once things does not go in her way, you're going to see the reason why the United States wanted William Arrow Turbo to die, and how she fought to make sure William Arrow Turbo died. Let's continue here. Now, it's a introduction, right? Background, introduction, and background. Now, with the support of the United States Navy, the American Colonization Society founded Liberia as an American colony in 1822. Now, I'm not going to go into this. We already talked about this last week. For those of you who don't believe that Liberia was a colony and still a colony, let's continue here. In 1822, with the intention of sending rebellion. Now, we talked about it last week, right? The intention of forming the Liberian nation today was not about taking free slaves to Liberia because they were not free. Now, you will not understand. For some of us who have done the research, we already know, okay? This rebellion slave or issue started from way back 1820 or around 1820 when Haiti was fighting for independence. This where that rebellion slave started from, and then came to Virginia. Now, these rebellion slaves, those are the people that went and grouped themselves to fight for freedom at that time. James Maroon, who was the governor in Virginia, all right? But we're not going to go to that today because that could be another topic for another time if it come in another discussion. But we just want to give the understanding here that those that took to Liberia, they were not free slaves as we have been meant to believe that they were free slaves. No, they were rebellion slaves. Let's continue here. Now, in 1822, Liberia was founded in 1822 with the intention, all right, of sending rebellion slave or rebellion black who were formerly, now listen to this, they were not free. Now you see the language they themselves use here, right? Now, sending back rebellion black, who were formerly, they were not slaves, they were not free, they were still slaves, who were formerly slaves back to Africa to reduce, all right? Another reason was to reduce the administration costs of the colonate and limit the responsibility of the United States government. Now, when I say limit the responsibility, that is not to say they wanted for the Liberian nation to be free, like, okay, you know what, you'll take your nation. A nation that they met people there. They met very trap there, right? So it was not about, no, you know what, we tired of Liberia. No. Now, they wanted to limit, how they call it, they wanted to reduce, right? At that time, imagine, like I said before, right? Judy Ashman, Thomas Pichana, right? And all those American agents, okay, that was in Liberia working for the United States government and the slave master. They were paying them huge money. Okay, they were paying them huge money. So they wanted to reduce that cost of paying huge money. Then what they did, they put in the rebellion slave. Not again, not all of the rebellion slaves agreed to treat the people, the native people they met there. And those that did not agree with the United States order, the American government, along with their navy, tortured those people to the extent the environment of Liberia became unconducive for those people. They fled to Sierra Leone and they went to Ethiopia. The few that stayed to agree with the treatment of the native in command with the United States government, they stayed there. And today, we are going through that division. Let's continue here. So that was another reason to reduce the administration cost, because the American Liberia will be paid a few dollars. Okay? Now, another one was, right, to limit the responsibility. So now, because America was not directly involved, while white people was governor, okay, in Liberia, that reduced the responsibility. Okay? They were not directly involved, but indirectly involved. Let's listen to here, right? Now, there's a history that will lead all the way to the cause of the war and to the cause of all the chaos that been happening in Liberia, all right? When you see United States senators, representatives, they are so-called senator representatives, right? Talking about the issue in Liberia, they are not talking in favor of you. You may seem they are talking in favor of you because they use their circumstances, and that's how they have been doing over the years. They use the circumstances, they use the suffering of the Liberian people, okay, in a sense that you would think they are advocating for you, but not knowing it is their interest they are advocating for. But because of our ignorance, we agree, we think that they are talking of all, because the reality here is many people go to bed without food. So if you've seen an American representative come and say, oh, Liberian people go to bed without food, you would think they're speaking your interest, because it is a fact that you go to bed without food. All right? Let's continue here. Let's continue. All right. who were formerly slaves back to Africa to reduce the administration costs of the colony and limit the responsibility of the United States government. That's why today the land Liberia, the nation Liberia, was founded for. It was never founded to carry free slaves to Liberia. All right. Slavery ended in 1865, and then after 1865, 1868, Jim Crow law, Plessy versus Ferguson, separate versus all those things they brought it. So did they care for the black people here before they go care for a few hundred people already in Africa? We are talking about 1822 here, right? Slavery ended in 1865. Or abolished. Not even end. Slavery did not end. If you read how they call it, the Constitution, how they call it, Article 15 or something, you will know that slavery did not end, right? But slavery was abolished. We use that word, was abolished 1865, right? And in 1868, what did happen? Slavery still continued in the United States. Know your history well. Before a BC and a European come to Africa or speaking in favor of Africa, know your history. They will never speak in your favor. They will never speak in your interest. Because your interest will cause problem for them. Let's continue here. Liberia was granted, all right? So that independent now, Liberia was granted, the flag adopted was similar to that of the United States. So they gave you a flag, all right, 1847 now. America gave you a flag, and America gave you a constitution. Now, reason to this is, listen to this. Before your so-called first president, Joseph Jenkins Rabo, that is so loved and known by the American government because the American government made him governor. So before he became president, he was the third governor of the Republic of Liberia. All right. So who made him governor? Washington, D.C. Now, why did they make him governor? They made him governor because he already knew the agenda, the plan of the United States, or how to carry the United States policy, because he worked under Thomas Buchanan when Thomas Buchanan was the governor. After Judy Ashman died, they appointed Thomas Buchanan as the governor. Thomas Buchanan, who was the nephew to James Maroon, at that time a governor, James Maroon, right? They appointed him, and then they made Joseph Jenkins Rabo to work under him, where Thomas Buchanan was teaching Joseph Jenkins Rabo everything about the colony. Now, when Thomas Buchanan died, the American government appointed Joseph Jenkins Rabo as the third governor. And he remained the third governor until 1847, when America said, you know what? Let's rule Liberia indirectly. So let's give the land, let's give the authority, okay, to the American Liberian. Then we will reduce, right, administration costs or administrative costs. And then we will reduce responsibility directly from the American government, or from American citizen, or from white, or from the slave holder or the slave master. So we will now have the slave on a plantation in Liberia or in Africa. So they made Joseph Jenkins Rabo the president, and then they gave him a flag, they gave him a constitution. The man who wrote the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, 1822, or let's say 1847, was called Seymour Greenleaf, a Harvard law professor. So it was the United States Constitution. Everywhere they had the U.S., they put Liberia. Everywhere they had the white man name, they put the black man name there, even though they still carry the slave master names. Let's continue here. We're getting to a point. We are establishing things here, how things been unfolding in Liberia. Before you understand the current situation, you have to understand what happened in the past. Because what happened in the past will always manifest in the present. And that is what Marco Garvey said. One who does not know his or her history is like a tree standing by the bank of the river and not flourishing. And being ignorant that that particular river can help you to flourish. Let's continue here. The Constitution was written at Harvard University. How can you be getting independent where in Liberia and your Constitution is being written by the colonizer? It's being written in America here, and you call that independent? while you are getting independent, your constitution was written here. Not by the American Liberian or not by the rebellious slave, not by the native man, but by the colonial master, by the slave master. The Constitution was written at Harvard University. And the flag was adopted. And the flag adopted was similar to that of the United States, but which only one star. That's the difference. One star, right? The difference is one star because the United States have 50 states. So they put 50 star. Okay? So they have their colony in Africa. Their colony, they have one colony. They put what? One star because they have one colony there. That's why they put one star. Okay? But if they have two colonies, they could have put in 2 stars. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Although Liberia had all the outward feature of an independent state, that means they're telling you Liberia was not independent, although, okay, she had all the outward. That means the rebellious slave that was here, okay, that gone through torture, through humiliation, everything you think about, okay, looting, killing, butt breaking, raping. I mean, think about it. All right. Now, being on the land in Africa where they're supposed to feed at home, they're supposed to feed our freedom, right? Now, when they met their native brothers and sisters, in fact, they are many. So that's what they're trying to say, right? That's what they're trying to say. They have all the features to be free, to be independent. So right here is a contrast, it's a conjunction. They have all of these, but then what happened? But they could not do it because of XYZ. That's what they're trying to tell you here. Liberia was not independent. Not independent. It is not an independent. That's what they're trying to tell you here. Let's continue. They wrote this. Let's continue here. And now American Liberian wrote this. It was not a rebellious slave that wrote this. It was not a native man that wrote this. Let's continue. Although Liberia had all of the outward feature of an independent state, the American Colonization Society and the United States government de facto govern it indirectly. Now you heard it. Now you heard it. Tomorrow, don't come to me and come tell me, say, Independent Day. Let's celebrate Independent Day. Don't come to me with that. Don't come to me with it. And you see this, the same month the United States have independent, July. Okay, that's the same time they say like, bro, how independent. Do you see how it just fall in line like that? When July come, don't tell me say like bro Independent Day or like bro days, like bro die. I know my history now. I did it before. Maybe I might have celebrated it, but not now. Let's continue here. Although Liberia had all the outward feature of an independent state, the American Colonization Society and the United States government de facto govern it indirectly. All right? That's why they did not agree to your so-called independence in 1847. Because they knew, I mean, how would they agree to it? When it was they knew it was a de facto nation, okay, controlled by the United States. All right? Now, let's continue here. As former research director and president of the United States Foreign Policy Association, Raymond Leslie Burr put it, Liberia survived through visit of the United States warship to Liberia port and through more urban gesture. The United States has posted a keep off the grass sign on Liberia soil. Now, when did this happen? This happened, right? This happened from since 1822. All right. Now, why did they put the keep off? Why did they put the keep off? Okay, they put keep off because of France, because of England, because of France, because of England. That's why they put keep off. And then, in fact, when you do the history more, right, then they will tell you these were the reason America fought okay, to gain independence. Not Liberia. Not Liberia fought to gain independence. America fought to gain independence in Liberia. Not Liberian. Not the rebellion slave. Not the native men. Okay, so it's not the native men that was putting sign, keep up, keep up. It was the United States government. And while the United States Navy was protecting the land against France, against England. And then when the native men group to come and fight, the American Navy will kill them. Most of our native people died during that time period. When it came to fight back for their land, the American government slaughtered them. Let's continue here. Liberia became a foothold of the United States government in Africa during European colonialism, a place from where it could project its interest into other parts of the continent. In 1926, the Firestone Company established one of the world's largest rubber plantations in Liberia as response to the British rubber monopoly. Now, what you're going to see here, right, in the first stage, okay, of this presentation is how to call it, fighting, how the economic fight between the United States and other nations, okay, who were proactive on the soil of Africa, maybe in fact Liberia, because after I was already Liberia because they gained independence in 1847, Maserado there, okay. So, and we're talking about 1926, so it was already Liberia at that time, right? So we're looking at how the conflict over the year have built in Liberia until, how they call it, 1990, it turned into real conflict. All right, bear with me, be with me. Let's continue. Just be with me, okay? We want to start something, and you want to see how it been rolling, how it been going. Be with me, I beg, be with me. Now, Liberia became a foothold of the United States government in Africa during European colonialism, a place from where it could project its interest into other parts of the continent. In 1926, the Firestone Company established one of the world's largest rubber plantations in Liberia as a response to the British rubber monopoly. All right, so before Firestone, let us remember, there was plantation, the rubber plantation already, okay, owned by the British government. All right, and also Harvey Firestone, okay, was in DRC Congo during this time. Harvey Firestone was in DRC Congo during this time, and he left DRC Congo and came to Liberia because DRC Congo was not an American territory or American colony, was a British, not a British, but a Belgian, to be precise and correct. King Leopold, I won't call him king, the killers, the murderer, Leopold of Belgium. All right? So, being a Belgian colony, and you have an American entrepreneur, okay, or American influence, he could not have survived. And that's how he saw the opportunity, but America have a colony. Why can't I go there? Be with me. Be with me. Be with me. Be with me. Be with me as we go along, okay? Come with me. Now, in 1926, Firestone Company established one of the world's largest rubber plantations in Liberia as a response to the British rubber monopoly. All right. In the following decade, the United States government put in place. Now, you that always like to talk about the ACS, and you are afraid that America, the ACS was even working for, how to call it, like the ACS was an initiator, okay, giving information like CIA or FBI, okay? That was just the ACS. All right? So let's continue here. Where I am. In the following decade, the United States put in place a number of military facilities in Liberia now. In Liberia now, the United States put in place a number of military facilities such as deep sea port, airport, and numerous military bases and training camps. By the 1970s, Liberia hosted the largest U.S. embassy in Africa with more than 250 American employees. With more than 250 American employees. These were all government officials working in Liberia. In fact, some of them were finance ministers. Now, when you're talking about access recovery, we want to recover access. Look, stop hunting the hungry Liberian men. Stop hunting the hungry Liberian men in Liberia, and you think you are recovering access. Come to the U.S., go and do your research, and make sure and hold the United States government responsible if you want to recover your access. Because during this time, all the way to 1980, your finance ministers, they were Americans. And then you have the rebellious slave, okay, who was the initiator. But your finance minister, they were American, okay. Your agriculture, they were all American. Washington, D.C., appointed by Washington, D.C. That is why February 13, 1829 to 1830, there was a resolution, a memo that was passed in Congress to increase the salary of white American versus the rebellious slave. And it was passed. And their salary was increased. They advocated for it in Congress. So how can you say you're independent? You're independent. American have representative in Liberia and on American payroll. How were you independent? And those I was working in Liberia, they were on an American payroll, okay, and they were paying taxes here. But in Liberia working, from the finance minister, agriculture, and all that nonsense. Looting our resources, right? But their paycheck coming from here. A decision about increasing their paycheck coming from Washington, D.C. Let's continue here. Let's continue. We are here to expose the economic workaround code. If they want economic workaround code, they have to bring all of our assets, and everyone need to go there. Let's continue. American employees now. The VO8, the Voice of America relay system for Africa. The United States Department or the United States Diplomatic and Intelligent Communication Relay Station, and one of that 8 antennas for the Omega aviation system, later replaced by the Global Positioning System. All right, we're talking about the influence of America in Liberia. Let's continue here. The Liberian elite. Now, these are all premises we are laying, right? America feeder, she have all of these things in her interest in Liberia, right? Now, we're going to see what's going to happen on. We are going to see what's going to happen on down the line. They'll be with me. Continue. History is very sweet. Only if you are willing to find it. But they are there. Let's continue. The Liberian elite, often referred to as the American Liberian, have acted with a combination of compliance. And resistance. Now, those that comply with the United States government, they will stay and run the policies of the United States. And those that will not comply, they will be assassinated and they will be run out of the country and they have to go. Some went to Sierra Leone, like we have mentioned, and some went to Ethiopia. Those that will not comply, you must be killed. We are getting there. All right, we are getting there. We'll also get a Turbo, you will see. So now we are getting there. Now you see, okay? So Turbo, he resisted and he was killed. Now, I hope you're getting there now. All right, I hope you're getting there now. So some of you that believe that Doke Turbo, I hope you getting a point of where we're coming, right? Now, the Liberian elite, often referred to as American Liberian, have acted with a combination of compliance and resistance to U.S. influence. Combination of compliance and resistance to U.S. influence. The most significant era of compliance and alliance with the United States government was that of William Topmen who ruled for 27 years. That was the most compliance and alliance with the United States government. The United States did not care how the Liberian people suffer, how the Liberian people were being looted, their resources they were taken advantage of. They did not care. In fact, the United States never preached about democracy. In fact, the United States never preached about frequent election. In fact, nothing like that. They did not care. In fact, the United States government. Now, let's go to the so-called former United States ambassador in Liberia, McCarthy. Another idiot. He think he know our history more than us. Because the last time we checked, he was the one saying, speaking garbage out of his mouth. I don't know if that day he ate some burgers or cheeseburgers or McDonald's. No, maybe he ate McDonald's because the worst of food, he ate McDonald's that day, and I think it was bothering him. To come and tell Liberian, if Joseph Jingy Rabba was alive, he didn't cheer. Let's continue here. What do you know about Joseph Jingy Rabba? Did you speak when Topman read ruled the country for 27 years? Did you say if Joseph Jingy Rabba was alive? Hypocrite. But let's continue here. The most significant era of compliance, okay, being a slave. That's what I'm trying to say here. Compliance, being a slave, being a puppet, being a neo-colonialist, being an obedient child. Yes, sir. Compliance and alliance with the United States government was the William Topman administration from 1944 to 1971 as a result of the open door policy. This period, now open door policy, it was not in a term. It may seem that was good, right? But if you do your research, open door policy is like you open your door to foreigner, to I don't want email for alien. You open your door to alien and tell them come in, take advantage. So Topman opened our door to aliens for 27 years. Now, at the beginning of the story, they said what? America, how they call it, wanted to reduce expense, wanted to reduce responsibility, and then rule the country indirectly. So this is one of them, okay? Indirectly. Let's continue here. All right? Now, as a result of the open door policy, this period is often referred to as an era of economic growth and prosperity. Now, let's do this again. When I say this period is known as economic growth and prosperity, you have to ask yourself, what effect did the open door policy that they say here, economic growth and prosperity, what effect did they have on the Liberian people, on the Liberian economy, on the Liberian nation? Based on our resources, there was no effect. Let's continue here. I will explain that. However, there's a conjunction here. And anytime you read something like that, they say, however, you know what it means, what it's going to. However, the policy created what income gap. Now you see the open door policy. However, the policy created wide economic gap between rich and poor because the poor could not compete with the rich. The rich compete with the rich, and the poor stay to where they are. And that is why today Liberia is like that. Where was America to preach about the human right, to preach about the interest, the loving kindness sake of the Liberian people? Where was Liberia or America? But let's continue here. However, the policy created wide income gap between the rich and the poor, and repressive measure were used to counter any opposition. Now listen to this again. So you see how Liberia problem have started from way back. You see how the division in Liberia started from way back. The division of Liberia is systemic. It's rooted with the plans of the United States. It's rooted. It's not today issue that we are facing. No. So do you see? Because it was the favor of the United States, no opposition. Anybody saying as an opposition, you become a threat automatically. So there was no opposition. But then, okay, let's continue. I don't want to go ahead of time. Let's continue. We will get there. We will get there. Now, repressive measures were used to counter any opposition to the government of Liberia because it was the American government. To the government of Liberia through a comprehensive intelligence network connected to the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA. So how can you come to me and tell me Liberia became independent in 1847? How can you come to me and tell me, okay, the United States loved Liberia so much? How can you come to me and tell me that diplomatic relationship between the U.S. and Liberia, you know, is a duplicate? What is that? What is there that is diplomat? Stop being ignorant. There is no diplomatic relationship between the U.S. and Liberia. It's chaotic. It's intimidation. It's oppressive. It's suppressive. Look at the nonsense here. Look at this nonsense. However, all right, the policy created wide income gap between the rich and the poor. And repressive. So that means you cannot talk against the rich. And repressive measures were used to counter any opposition to the government. I thought America said in order for rule of law or in order for democracy to take place, there have to be opposition. I thought that's what America said. There have to be other side. There have to be other side, other views. I thought that's what America said. Oh, but America will only agree to this if her so-called interests are being protected. But if not, then she agreed that in order for democracy to be effective in a nation, there have to be other opposing view. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. All right. So, repressive measures were used to counter opposition to the government of Liberia through a comprehensive. This is direct involvement of the United States. Direct involvement of the United States, folks. The United States involvement in Liberia did not start yesterday. Did not start yesterday. All right? Through a comprehensive, a direct involvement of intelligence network connected to the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, CIA. Let's continue here. When President Tubman died, now the issue of Liberia, the war now coming start. The war that destroyed Liberia and Liberian is about to start. Now you come and see again. You come and see now. You come and see clearly the role, all right, of the United States government, okay, in Liberia, right? But from what we read, you see how the story going, right? Let's continue here. When President Tubman died in 1971, his successor, William Tubman, resummoned resistance. He resisted the United States now. So, all right, let's continue. So the death of Tubman is now coming. The death of Tubman is now coming. So when he took power, he resisted the U.S. influence in Liberia. Under his leadership, the government of Liberia began to reorient the economic system, to change, to re-examine, okay, the economic system of Liberia. Under his leadership, the government of Liberia began to reorient the economic system from Liberia capitalism towards state-led. That made the resources of Liberia. You will not have an American representative or a white man in Liberia serving as finance minister. Because he saw all of these that started from 1822 all the way to Tottenham administration. He saw it while he was the vice president. Okay, he saw it. All right. So now he said our resources will not be controlled and owned by the United States government. So he began to make it state-owned. Now you see where we're going now. Now let me ask a question to the Liberian people that are watching now and that will watch later. What though Samuel K. Doe knew about this? At that time, he was ignorant. He had no idea, right? What he knew about capitalism, what he knew about taking the resources and giving it to Liberian. Did he know about anything like that? Let's continue here. Now, we explain it so you can understand. Okay? We explain it so you can understand here. Now you will know what led to the death of Turbo and who wanted him to die. Let's continue to this. In the minds of America, Washington, D.C., how can this rebellious slave or descendant of this rebellious slave, our territory, our colony that we have maintained since 1822, how can this rebellious slave come in 1971 and want to change things around? He must go. Let's continue to this. The War and Economic Chronicle of Liberia. You are not going to target specific people in Liberia, because those people you are targeting, they are victims. We are going for the mean people. We are going for the mean people. You can't continue to play on the mind of Liberian and continue to suffer us and continue to lie to us and continue to create proxy war and chaos. And then when you're ready, and then you come back based on our ignorance, and then come and add that you are fighting for Liberian people. The economic war code in Liberia will not hold until all the major players go to face justice. But you'll be wasting your time. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. Now, under his leadership, under Turbo leadership, the government of Liberia began to reorient the economic system from Liberia capitalism towards state-led, planned economic system, focusing on food, self-sufficiency, and industrialization. All of these did not go down well with America, because being a colony, you cannot be self-sufficient. Being a territory, being a de facto nation, you cannot own anything on that land. You are a colony. You have no power. Even the people that live on that land, they are animals. That's what a colony is. And America saw us as such. Let's continue. To gain support for this policy, Turbo policies, right? To gain support, obviously, he knows the United States is not going to support him. The United States have already denied him. Now, what did he do? Listen to this. To gain support for this policy, Turbo established relation with socialist-oriented countries such as the USSR, today known as Russia, the People's Republic of China. More than 30 state-owned enterprises were established under Turbo. Okay? Under Turbo, more than 30 owned enterprises were established. This was independent that was coming slowly. This was total liberation that was coming slowly. So for those of you Liberians, for each time your nation want to progress, want to move, and you see so-called United States representative and so-called pay agent who will come and tell you, say, this person is a bad government, this person is a bad this. But because of your ignorance, when people are educating you and telling the truth, you hate those that educate you, those that bring awareness to you. It happened when a so-called congressman, in fact, I don't want to say congressman, when a so-called Chris Smith, who were passing around here acting like they're fighting for Liberian people, but these were the people that sat down and saw war in Liberia and killed the Liberian. They never talk. Have you asked these people? Have you asked these evil people? Where were they when Liberia was dying massively? Have you asked them where were they when ammunition were floating from the United States here and being shipped to Liberia to kill Liberians? Have you asked them? Let's continue here. The economic war crime quote. We will dig the story. America, you will face justice. You will face now economic war crime quote will not hold. It's not going to happen. It's not like we don't. It's not that we don't want justice or we are against justice. That's not the point here. That's not the point here. It should be holistic. Let's continue. Let's continue here. So more than 30 enterprises were established, and the government of Liberia began to set restriction. Now you see here, the government of Liberia began to set restriction on the use of U.S. military facility in Liberia. So Talbot said, America, you got to take your army from Liberia. America, we don't need your army here. Take your army out of this lane. Because your army have been used to fight the native people. For each time the native men want to rise to take their land, you use your military and fight the native. Your military have never been in the interest of the Liberian nation, in the interest of the Liberian people. But your military have been here to put fear in us, to threaten us. For each time we want to make changes for us as Liberian. So do you think, so listen to this. Do you think America was in favor of this? So the question here, so this was what Doe came for, right? So Doe just got it and say, you know what? You are not protecting America. What Doe knew at that time? Nothing. So these are the things Doe Talbot died for. So that means these are the things that Doe went and killed Talbot for. Those of you that believe that Doe that killed Talbot, you might be in a different frame of mind. Let's continue here. The government of Liberia began to set restriction on the use of U.S. military facility in Liberia. Concession agreement with foreign companies were renegotiated, creating serious tensions, particularly with Firestone. Now, let me give you an example again for those of you Liberians that are watching or those of you that will watch later. Didn't you see this during the administration of President George Weah? Didn't you see this? Didn't you see this? When the United States government, with her agent, the United States Department of Treasury, when they start censuring key government officials because they did not get certain concession agreement in Liberia and it was given to other people, and then they section those individuals, and they ignorant Liberian, and then they use a circumstance to say these people are corrupt because you already have the notion that those people, they were corrupt. You already have the notion that those people were corrupt because you feel that you are suffering. You feel that you don't have food to eat on your table and things. And then they use that. They say, these people, they are corrupt. We are charging them for corruption. And you agree, not knowing the United States does what she do or what she does the best. Okay? She has just been sophisticated in using us to believe that she's fighting for us. So you saw it. When they put sanction on individual And they said they were corrupt. So you see how it is going here. Okay? So concession agreement with foreign companies were renegotiated, creating serious tension, particularly with Firestone. We have said it here. Firestone was one of the reasons Charles Taylor left from Liberia and went to Sierra Leone. It was not because of the crime even committed in Sierra Leone. That's what they charged Charles Taylor for. Firestone is sponsor that economic workaround code falsely on Charles Taylor. That is another presentation. When the American government sent 2 different delegates in Liberia to meet Charles Taylor about the renegotiation of Firestone. But they are puppets, they are slaves, they are horse. Negro Ellen Johnson said he came and renewed it. But you were sitting here, yeah, Charles Taylor is in a hinge, let him rot, let him. Now, we are not saying the crime committed in Liberia, Charles Taylor shouldn't face justice. But first of all, you got to understand who supported Charles Taylor of the crime committed in Liberia. So if you say Charles Taylor should rot in jail, then the man that sent Charles Taylor should also rot in jail. If not, you do not understand what justice is. If you think Charles Taylor being in a hedge, if you think Charles Taylor being in jail, that's justice for Liberian, I don't think you understand what justice is. Let's continue here. Furthermore, the government of Liberia advocated for Pan-Africanism, for Pan-African unity against neocolonialism, While Totman protected it. While Totman protected it. That's why the 1963, okay, the 1963 African unity, okay, that's why the Casablanca and the Monrovia group, okay, did not succeed when they had a meeting in Liberia. I believe, had it been Tobo, it was going to hold, Nkrumah Jr. was going to be fulfilled. So you see how the problem of Tobo over the year was being built. You see how Tobo sacrificed himself. Let's continue here. You will see nothing here. You have not seen anything. You have not seen anything about the United States involvement in Liberia. You have not seen nothing. But let's continue. Let's continue here. Today, I'm going to open your mind. Furthermore, the government of Liberia advocated for Pan-African unity against neocolonialism and promoted the declaration of the establishment of a new international economic order adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 1974. Togo was directly involved in the formulation of the Monrovia Declaration adopted by the Organization of African Unity meeting held in Liberia in 1979. This declaration led to the influential legal plan of action for the economic development of Africa, 1980 to 2000, which states that the exploitation of African continue to be carried out through neocolonialism or through neocolonialist external forces. We seek to influence the economic policy and direction of the African state. So none of these things were in favor of the United States. So Togo was actually opposite of what Liberia was created for by the United States. Togo was opposite of what Liberia gained independent by the United States. Liberia did not get independent. It was not Liberia that gained independent. It was the United States that gained independent in Liberia. So for each time you celebrate our independence, you are celebrating American independence. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Where I am here. All right, now this report stand in sharp contrast. Now you see it. This report stand in sharp contrast to the World Bank report published in 1981, which partly marked the beginning of structural adjustment program in Africa. Now, what then happened? The CIA got on its toes to make sure President Thabo get assassinated. Now, follow me. See right what I'm talking about here. Once this happened, and they saw the role of Thabo in Africa, in Liberia, because America was like, the slave master was like, what? This rebellious slave, this descendant, this rebellious slave, right? Or the descendant of the rebellious slave want to do what? Take our colony from us, take our nation, our de facto nation from us? Hell no. He got to go. Let's see what they did here. The CIA reacted to Thabo policy by supporting Liberian civil society groups. So now you see how America have always been funding. Now, when it says support, what do you think here? These are resources. These are any kind of whether it could be army, ammunition, whether it could be finances, whether it could be plots. These are the things coming. America have always supported opposition, have always supported insurgency, have always supported coup, have always supported the war, the chaos in Liberia. The CIA reacted to Thabo policy by supporting Liberian civil society group in opposition to the government of Liberia, in particular, the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAR, headed by Baker Matthew, who was in close contact with the CIA. The Progressive Alliance of Liberia often uses Marxism, rhetoric to donors, how they call it, to denounce the government of Liberia, to talk against the government of Liberia, right? The most significant event took place after the government of Liberia accelerated the national plan for food self-sufficiency by stimulating local rice production through an increased import tax on foreign produce rice. You see it? So, to promote the production of local goods, Thabo at that time increased taxes on imported goods. So you see what is going on here. We do not want to be reliant on America. I don't think you want freedom. That was against freedom by being self-reliant. That's the definition of American freedom. By being self-reliant, you are against freedom. That's what America means. Now, Parr claimed that this was a way to boost the profit of rice importers, and to promote Thabo own private rice production. It organized a major demonstration in Monrovia. So now when you hear that it was Rex Riot that killed Thabo, this, that. So you see they always use the situation, the circumstances of the Liberian people, the ignorance of the Liberian people. But from what I just read, you already seen how the enemies, how people have seen Thabo as an enemy. But again, they use the situation of the Liberian people always to accomplish their aim. Create a chaos, capitalize on the chaos, and accomplish your aim. You see it? So, it organized a major demonstration in Monrovia on April 14, 1979, which became violent. America supported this now. This was Baker Matthew with the support of the United States government, right? Okay. Then we see this during the administration of President George Weah All kind of protests were being created to the extent the former ambassador to the United States in Liberia, McCarthy, said they heavily invested in the media to propagate against the government of Liberia. That was the war of McCarthy, the former ambassador of the U.S. in Liberia. So what that mean? The American government was involved because he was the representative of the U.S. in Liberia. He was the president of the U.S. in Liberia. So if he said that, that means the United States government supported the removal of President Weah. The United States government supported propaganda. Now, what is the budget of the media? I want to ask McCarthy now, what is the budget of the media in a government that they have put in place, a puppet government? What is the budget of the media? Are they going to heavily invest in the media, in a puppet government? Of course not, because that's a government in power. Bucket. Let's continue here. We are here to teach history. So when you see some of these things happening in Liberia, you will understand. We are coming to the assassination of Turbo. Now, April 14, 1979, which became violent with security forces opening fire on a crowd. The government of Liberia saw the incident, which became known as the Rest Riot. That's how they frame it now, known as the Rest Riot. They frame it that way. As a work of foreign power. You see it? The article is saying, even though they said it was known as Rest Riot, but the reality here is it was not Rest Riot. It was as a result of the work of foreign power. Let's continue here. A confidential White House. Now, listen to this. A confidential White House memorandum issued about 6 months later noted that the riot in Monrovia has severely damaged the government of Liberia, and that it was unlikely Turbo would survive until the end of his term in 1983. Now you see it, right? So it was not Rest Riot. So you see how they planned it. So they knew. So it was to remove Turbo. So you see how America was behind Turbo to remove Turbo. So Senate tried and they couldn't. What happened? They had to kill him. So you see what's going on here, right? You see what's going on here. Let's continue. Be with me. Let's continue. If we'll go beyond time today, we'll go beyond time. As long as you're here, because we have to get to a point. We have to get to a point that I want you to see things here. So at some time, I'm going to stop talking and just read because I want to get, I want you to see. I'll just keep reading, okay? Now, on April 12th, 1980, a group of 17 armed men, non-commissioned soldiers, that means they were not even assigned there. They were not supposed to be there. They are not people who were even at that location. They were not even stationed to that area. They were not even known. They were not even known. So who were they? Oh, I thought they said I thought that Doke Turbo again. Oh God, let's continue here. Let's continue. On April 12th, 1980, a group of 17 armed men, non-commissioned soldiers in the armed forces of Liberia entered the executive mansion shortly before midnight. And shot President Turbo. So from what we have heard, right? You have already seen the cause of Turbo, the death of Turbo. Okay? Why when Topman was there 27 years, why he was never assassinated? Because indirectly, he was indirectly, he was a leader by Washington, D.C. So they saw no need. All right. Then why they wanted to kill Turbo? Because he was not going to be the puppet, and he was acting on a contrary to the other side. What don't knew about all of these things? Don't knew nothing about none of these things. That's why when they asked Doe, what would be an economic plan? He had no idea. He said the Ministry of Economic can elaborate on that. You have already assassinated a government. Okay? No government was set up at that time. And then he said the Ministry of Economy. There was no Ministry of Economy at that time. You have dissolved the government because you just killed a seated president. Hypothetically. Okay, hypothetically. If that Doe killed Turbo now, right? Hypothetically, you just killed a government. You just dissolved the entire government. There was no government. So that means, hypothetically, you did not even know why you killed Turbo for. Who killed Turbo? You already know who killed Turbo. You already know how people saw Turbo as an enemy. You already know it. The Liberian Senate, the Liberian House of Representatives, when you are rushing to sign paper for economic workaround code, you are doing it on your own ignorance because you don't understand who's supposed to face the economic workaround code of Liberia. But now I think you understand it. Let's continue here. Those are kept Turbo, we want to see them. Let's continue here. But there are more to it. You don't see nothing yet. You have not even heard nothing. Let's continue here. You have heard nothing. Let's continue. All right. On April 12, 1980, a group of 17 armed men, not commissioned, nobody knew them, not commissioned soldiers in the armed forces, they were not assigned to that place, of Liberia, entered the executive mansion shortly. Now, even if they were Liberian, right? Even if they were Liberian, from the beginning, America supported opposition. America supported Baker Matthew to remove Turbo. Are you getting it? The CIA directly involved, working with Baker Matthew. Are you getting it? All of them have to face justice when it comes to the war in Liberia. America is not excluded. America is included. So America cannot be the judge. America cannot be the advocate. You are making a wrong move. Let's continue here. All right. So Turbo was killed. Turbo was executed, right? Let's continue. Where I am. Okay. They shot and killed him. Plain blank, he was done. Now, once one of the soldiers, let's continue here. One of the soldiers, Albert, A-L-B-R-T, Albert told, recalled that after having killed Turbo, the coup maker connected. Listen to this. It is sad, man. It is sad. It is sad to know, to think that a country like the United States, that always can Liberia got good diplomatic relationship, to come to understand that they are the problem to Liberia. But let me read this. One of the soldiers, Albert Toe, T-O-E, recalled that after having killed Turbo, the coup maker connected to the U.S. embassy, which endorsed the coup. Why are they telling you? the American government, the American embassy endorsed the coup. Okay? Endorsed the coup. Let me read this again. Alberto recorded after having killed Turbo, the coup makers with an S contacted the United States Embassy to get reports that Turbo had been killed. Contacted, you know what? Hold on. We'll come to this. What they did here, right? With Turbo, they did the same thing with Doe. After they killed Doe again, they also contacted the American Embassy. We will come to this article. Hold on. We're going to come to this article. Hold on. Let me show you another thing here. We're going to come to that article. Okay? We're going to come to that article. Let me show you something here. We are coming to that article. Hold on. Let me show you something. See right here. Okay? The same thing they did to Turbo, that's the same thing they did to Doe. Look here again. Look here. Look here. All right, so the video you're watching, right? That was Doe. Okay, that was Doe. And the man you see on the screen, that's Prince Johnson. And Prince Johnson is about to call the United States Embassy. So, what we just read from the article, that those that killed Turbo, right? After they killed Turbo, and then they call the United States Embassy. So you see how it has been played. After they killed Turbo, the coup maker called the United States Embassy to inform the United States Embassy that Turbo had been executed, as he told us, as he sent us. So in the same way again, here, though them, in quote unquote, who were part of the coup to kill Turbo, that called the American Embassy, this time around, Doe was the one being a victim. He was not calling the American Embassy. Now, this time around, Prince Johnson was calling again the American Embassy that we have captured Doe. What should we do with him? We'll take this out. And then we'll see the video, and then we'll take it out and go back to the article. All right?
Tango, sunshine calling, emergency over. Tango, let the sun shine. If you are listening to me, this emergency over. Tango, come in. I want to speak to Mr. Porter or the U.S. ambassador over. We are met. Yes. I don't care what people.
All right. So what you saw there was Prince Johnson calling the American Embassy to tell them we have caught Doe. Okay? And you heard him. This is Sunshine calling the American Embassy. You heard him clear. But the American Embassy they now pick up. So now again, the Economic and War Crime Court, you so-called lawmaker in Liberia, not some of you, but some of you are so-called. These are the questions we want to ask, and these are the core. When the American representative or Alienware is coming to you, or organization from America are coming to you, right? Tell them, since they want to fight for economic war crime in Liberia, let them find that core. Let them trace that core. And let President Johnson explain to us, how did he get involved with the American government or the American embassy? Why did he call the American embassy to get reports? Because he was specific. There's a sunshine called in to speak to the American embassy. After you have caught a seated president under your command after coup d'etat, and then you call in the United States government. So you see what they did to Toba, they did the same thing to Doe. So you see how America has been involved in the destabilization of the Liberian state, the Liberian nation. Each time we want to make decisions. Now we're also going to see why the United States went against Doe, because Doe was their puppet. Doe was their obedient child. All of a sudden, why Doe fall back? We're going to see this. And we're going to see a direct letter from Doe to George Bush. Look, if you think we are not here to dig the story, we are here to uncover everything. Because most of you think we say that Doe did not want to leave power. Doe wanted to stay in power. The native men wanted to stay in power. You will see a letter written by Doe to George Bush Senior. I'm talking about the junior, George Bush Senior. You will see a letter, and what Doe said in that letter. When it comes to Liberia, we will go as far as doing anything to find the information. Let's continue. Let's go back to the article. All right. So now you see it, right? So you have seen it, how the role have been played. For each time there's a coup, they always call the United States Embassy because the United States Embassy sent them. All right? Let's continue here. Let's continue. Right here, I was here. Okay. One of the soldiers, okay, Alberto recalled that after having killed Tobo, the coup makers contacted the United States Embassy, which endorsed the coup and promised the United States after they contacted the United States Embassy about the assassination of Tobo, the United States endorsed the assassination of Tobo and then promised. So America, you have to be part of that economic war crime court. You are not going to be excluded. You are included. The United States endorsed the coup and promised to provide. The United States promised to provide all necessary support. Did you see this? Did you see this? Or did you hear this? Which one? If you got anyone, that's it. But at which you got both. You heard it and you saw it. The United States government endorsed the killing of Tobo and they even promised to provide all necessary support. So that means the army ammunition that was used to kill, because they said to provide all financially, everything. Let's continue here. You haven't seen anything yet. You will see more. You will see more. You have not heard anything. Let's continue here. We want to see who are the so-called human rights fighting for human rights for Liberia. Who are they? Let's continue here. That same morning, the leader of the coup, Samuel Doe, announced on national radio that a military coup has taken place After they have gone behind the scene, they called the United States Embassy. The United States Embassy endorsed the coup. The United States Embassy was happy. The United States Embassy said, okay, we will support you with everything necessary and thing you need whatsoever. They promised Doe now. Then the next day, Doe went on air now. Okay? On national radio that a military coup has taken place. And that a military junta under the name of the People Redemption Council, PRC, has taken power under his leadership. Now, this is what we saw during President George Manuel Weah's time, when he refused to be puppet to the United States, and he began to go to other nations to seek for help. And he said, BS with the US. We will develop and we will move on. They fought hard to remove him. The only difference is they did not assassinate him. He lived to come back again. That's the only difference. But the other people, they were assassinated with the involvement of the United States. You won't see nothing here. You still got more to hear. Let's continue here. Now, this is Dothan now, right? Turbo Town is finished. Now you saw how Turbo got killed and how the United States supported everything. Now you have seen it, right? The reason why he was killed, right? Then, why the United States again did not support Doe after Doe did all of these things? What happened behind the scene? Listen to this. Doe and the United States government, from friends to enemies, from friends to foe. Listen to this. Systematically, the United States have been the problem of Liberia. The only thing I would say, Liberian, I will involve Liberian, I would say Liberian have been ignorant. It is because of ignorance that we ourselves have been partaking in our own demise. It is because of our ignorance that we ourselves have been partaking in our own demise. But other than that, the United States have been, and it is still the cause of destabilizing the Liberian nation. They are not our friends, as you think. Because if that's the case, then we have to redefine what friendship is. We have to redefine what diplomatic relationship is. But let's continue here with Doe. How can Doe become an enemy? The U.S. Embassy was instrumental in forming the People Redemption Council. The same now you see, right? After they came Turbo and the United States promised they will provide Doe with all necessary high-quality equipment, funding, or support, right? So now, what the United States did? The United States government became instrumental in forming the People Redemption Council, not even Liberian. The United States was instrumental, financially, everything. Let's continue to this, and you will see why they were instrumental. The United States were instrumental in forming the PRC as a military junta. You see it? As a military junta. The military junta that assassinated Turbo, the United States funded it. And that's how the United States funded the NPF, the RNPF, the Law Rebel, everything. You don't see nothing yet. It's just because of time. You don't see nothing yet. We got the information. So the junta, the military junta that killed Turbo, the United States government was instrumental in funding it. So how can we be talking about economic war court for people to face justice for the chaos and the war in Liberia, and the United States is out? You might be in your wrong frame of mind. Let's continue here. The United States Embassy was instrumental in forming the PRC as a military junta immediately after the coup. All civilian communication was shut down. All civilian communication was shut down. Are we not seeing the same thing under this government, their puppet government? What did we see during the George Weah government? We have communication system all around Liberia. In fact, as long as you have cell phone in Liberia, you are a journalist. The American government will support you to go run propaganda against the government. That's what McCarthy told us. We are not saying they say. He's on tape because he said we heavily invested in the media. But now, listen to this. You see what have been happening in the past is still going on. So you see how they have been so sophisticated. You see how it's been playing going on, right? Let me read this again. All civilian communication was shut down. Are we not seeing that in this government? Communication, journalists have been shut down. Are we not seeing that in this government? In fact, journalists who go on the street now, in public places, to bring out information, they have been beaten by police. They have been beaten by police, and to some extent, some have been killed by police. With the silence of the hypocrisy of the United States to Liberia. Where is McCarthy? That idiot that think he knows the history of Liberia, then Liberian. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. United States charge the affair. Julius Walker state the U.S. soldier were deployed in Monrovia. Okay? The U.S. soldier were deployed in Monrovia. Why would the U.S. soldier be deployed in Monrovia after coup d'etat? After coup d'etat, why would the U.S. soldier be deployed in Monrovia? Did they do it to protect Doe? Because they knew that the supporter of Tobo might come to resist the economic war quotes in Liberia. America is not innocent. America should be involved. America have been a major player of the situation we are facing in Liberia today. She's not innocent. She's included. Why would the U.S. soldier be doing in Liberia? But let's continue here. U.S. soldier were deployed in Monrovia and got looted and shot off the street. Doe had not really expected to be where he was. Did you hear that? Doe had not. This is in court though. This is in court. This is in court being said by a United States representative. Madam Julius Walker. Julius Walker. All right. State that the U.S. soldiers were deployed in Monrovia and got looted and shot off the street. Now, and then she put in quote, look, she put in quote, Doe had not really expected to be where he was. That means to be the president, to be the head of a nation. Doe never thought, never imagined. Why would they say this? I thought Doe was the one that killed Tobo, because if you go and carry coup d'etat, obviously you expect to be under there. But why would she say this? That means, in reality, they had a meeting with Doe and they told Doe, look, we expect you to go there. And further research also told us, before they went to Doe, they have gone to all people, but those people refused to take the coup, refused to say they killed Tobo. They refused. But they went to Doe, and after he was a master sergeant, uneducated, know nothing. So he was not expecting to be the leader at that time of a coup, to be president. That's what she's saying here. So in reality, Doe actually told them, I can't do it. I mean, I have no leadership ability. I have no leadership capability. I'm ignorant to these things. Like, what are you telling me? In reality, this is what I mean. Because she said Doe had not really expected to be where he was. How you going to kill someone? And then you say the position that they are, and you care them to be at that position, and you say you never expected it. That should sink in. Let's continue. He feared that forces were coming from all corners to attack him, and he wanted America to send him strong supporter, and it did. So the question then became, why America? This go to the representative and senator. America who believe in democracy and rule of law. Why there will be coup d'etat? Why a man will kill a president, and then America endorse that coup d'etat? And then America says, we will support you in every means necessary. And then America support the same joint group that killed a government. And then America bring her army in our land, in our foreign land, to support the coup leader. I thought this is a country that believes in democracy. I thought this is a country that believes in rule of law. But what a country partaking in coup? America, you have to face justice. To the senators and representatives of Liberia, America have to face justice. If you love Liberian, look, you know what to do to take America to the United Nations. You know what to do to ask the United Nations, America need to be into this war and economic crown court. If not, there will be no war and economic crown court in Liberia, because America is not going to witch hunt anybody in our nation who does not support at this time her ideology, and then go and witch hunt them. It's not going to happen, because that's what she has been doing. That's what she did. They killed Toba, and that's what they did. They killed Doe, and that's what they did. They took Chastero, and then we'll be in our wrong frame of mind to think that this nation is fighting for Liberia. Let's continue here. The PRC established a special military tribunal that charged the 13 key government. Now, the 13 key government, okay, these were all that came from the above. These are all that came from the United States government for Doe to kill those people. It was not Doe that decided, you know what, those people should be killed. Imagine American military in Liberia to support Doe, to protect Doe. That sink in that even though we have killed Tobo, but all Tobo men have to go. And though you have to kill these people. So that is why you have the American military in Liberia to protect Doe. Because when Doe killed these 13 men, what do you think going to happen in the country? All break your hair loose. All right? So you see it. The American government established a military tribunal because America told Doe, we will support you in every means necessary, financially, everything. In every means necessary, financially, army, everything, we will support you to make sure you succeed, because your government is our government that is being put in place. So listen to this. The United States Embassy was instrumental in forming the PRC as a military junta, right? And then now again say the PRC established a special tribunal. So the United States did that. When you're doing research, you got to listen, open your ear. The United States did that, right? So, and they charged the 13 key government officials from the Tobo administrations with high treason, corruption, and misuse of public office, and sentenced them to death. Now, let's go to that video. We'll come back to this article, or we may take this article up because of time. But let's go back to that video. Let's see that video, okay? Let's see that particular video. Let's see that particular video. The research is done, folks. It's just because of time, but I'm here to enlighten you. So let's see that particular video, right? That they mention in this article. Let's see that video. Let's see this video.
By you, which I've just read, as proposing projects, programs, and plans for the government which were mainly intended to serve people.
What we want to know here is that you have worked in the government for 18 years. And on top of that, you are a Liberian citizen. We want to know whether, in your own opinion, the democratic processes that have been going on through the years, the Liberian government, in the instrumentality of the True Party, do you think it has been monopolized by just few people, which has excluded the masses of the Liberian people from taking part? That's the question.
It has not taken into account the feelings of the masses of the people because the decisions were made by only a few people.
The military tribunal tried 13 government officials of the Tolbert regime. All of them were found guilty and condemned to death by a firing squad. A public execution was to be staged on the beachfront of Monrovia, Liberia's capital city. The new leader of this country, Master Sergeant Samuel Canyon Doe, declared these executions would mark the end of this country's oppression. The Liberian people were eager for the executions to begin. The sooner Tolbert's men were shot, the sooner their country could enter an era of civilian rule. For nearly an hour, the condemned men sat in the bus and watched crews erect their execution posts on the quiet beachfront. It would now be a matter of minutes before they would die.
Okay. So that is what you saw there. So after the American government, along with their so-called coup leader, they killed Turbo, and then they went and told Doe to kill those people because they were Turbo right-hand man. And the reason why they did that was they told Doe that if you leave these people, they might come to overthrow you. And if they overthrow Doe, then that means the effort of America to kill Turbo gone in vain. Then they have to start all over again, right? Or they told if they don't kill him, if they don't kill those people, right? In the minds of Washington, D.C., those people were going to educate Doe about Turbo plan. In which that's what happened. You see it? So they told Doe, like, they will educate you about Turbo plan. And if they educate Doe about Turbo plan, then Doe might change. Then what happened again? American effort go in vain. So let's go back to the article. Let's go back to the article again. We have seen a reference. Let's go back to the article. No opinion here. This is not a channel we can't bring opinion. The America have never been Liberia friends. Let's go back to the article. Now, we come to Doe. All right. So then the question becomes now, right? So Doe now, that's it, Doe that they told to kill those people, right? That's what they said. Doe and the U.S. government from friend to enemies, right? Now, let's continue here. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Where we are. All right. The PRC established a special military tribunal that charged 13 key government. Now, first of all, the question that becomes, why would it be military tribunal? You said you charge people for corruption. How they call it, right? Who has served in government for 18 years. Why are you going to charge them in military tribunal? Is that a place so be charged? First of all, that was a wrong place you charge the people. You charge these people. How they call it? I mean, that's economic crime. For corruption and those things, that's economic crime. But you charge them in military tribunal, court or trial. And you kill them and you find all of them guilty. How you going to charge people for economic reason, but you charge them for military reason? Did you see that? The work of the United States. But let's continue here. The PRC established a special tribunal, a special military tribunal that charged the 13 key government, okay, key government officials from the Turbo administration with high treason, corruption, and misuse of public office, and sentenced them to death. You charge the people for economic reason in a military court. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Their execution by firing squad, as you saw, on the bench was broadcast by international media. United States ambassador Robert P. Smith. Not that. Everyone knew that. On a friend. Now listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this, folks. Listen to this. Let me read this again. Their execution by firing squad on the bench was broadcast by international media. And then listen to this. The United States ambassador at that time, the United States ambassador, Robert P. Smith, note that everyone knew. That means the United States government, the American Liberian, okay, that they refer to as the rebellion slave, all right, they knew who they were going to die. But listen to the people that they knew about, right? Robert P. Smith know that everyone knew that. Une Frank Tauber, senator and brother to former President Tauber, Richard Herrings, deposed Speaker of the House of Representatives, James Pierce, deposed Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and Reginald Townsend, deposed Chairman of the True Wing Party, were to be executed. So, first of all, listen to this. How did the United States government, because he was the American ambassador at that time, right? How did he know that only these people were to be executed? How he knew? How did he know that? How did he know that? These were the people that those were to execute, those were to kill. How did he know that? Does that mean that they gave the order to do about these are the people that are supposed to be killed, and those made mistake and then went over and over instead of a few people, those were killed 13 people? Did you see here? Did you see this? Did you listen to this? Did you hear it? How he knew? How did he know? And then he called the name of these people. These are the people that are supposed to be executed. How? How he knew this? Who told him this? So let me see here. Frank Tauber, that's one. Okay. Rachel Harris, that's two. James Spear, that's three. And then Reginald Townsend. That's four people, according to the American ambassador at that time, Robert P. Smith. According to him, that four people were supposed to be executed, according to him. So that means that four people they told Doe to kill. But Doe killed 13 people. Did you see that? All right. So according to Smith, the Soviet Union were interested. Now you see now why they killed Tauber, and now you see why they killed all those Tauber right-hand men, right? Because they feared that Tauber right-hand men that they killed, that Doe killed, right? That they ordered Doe that Doe should kill those people. Those people still have connection to the Soviet Union. You get me? According to Robert P. Smith, the Soviet Union were interested in all this. Although they were completely non-posed by the coup, Doe, however, knew little and cared less about communist ahead. So you see, now they break their own neck. They break their own neck. So Doe knew nothing about killing Tauber. So hypothetically, why Doe kill Tauber? When the American government, the American ambassador at that time, telling us Doe knew nothing about what Tauber was doing. Doe knew nothing about communism. Let's continue here. Though, however, knew little and care less. So if Doe knew little, if Doe care less, then why would he want to get Turbo? Doe did not get Turbo. I mean, from the beginning, you already saw who killed Turbo, right? But again, they break their own neck. They are breaking their own neck. If I care less about you, why I want to bother you? If I don't know about what you're doing, why would I want to bother you? They broke their own neck. But let's read. However, Doe knew little and cared less about communism and the Soviet Union. These are in quote, folks. Let's continue here. Walker noted that Doe was exceeding pro-American. Doe was exceeding pro-American. In quote. Doe was exceeding pro-American. Did you see that? Now you know who killed Turbo. Let's continue here. Because Doe was exceeding pro-American because of the training he received earlier from the U.S. Army and the people he had known, such as Colonel Gosnett and his officer. Smith recorded that Doe, in quote, adored Colonel Gonsi and refers to him always in a third person as the chief, in quote. According to Smith, in quote, the presence of the U.S. military mission that have been there for decades, in quote, in Liberia. Listen to this. Listen to this. These are their words. Folks, these are research. This is not Google research. You will not find this on Google. Listen to this. Listen to this. Where I am. Where I am. Where I am. Colonel Gossett and his officer. Now, Smith recorded that Doe adored Colonel Gossett and refers to him always in the third person as the chief. According to Smith, the presence of the U.S. military mission that have been there for decades saved the United States in Liberia. You see it? Saved the United States in Liberia. He noted that, in quote, he can't emphasize strongly enough how helpful it was to have this small group of American armed officers consisting of a group of lieutenant, colonel, and major who were closely related to their counterparts in the armed forces of Liberia. Doe could quickly pass the word that whatever the chief says. You see this? Doe could act on whatever the chief of the armed forces says. Did we have a government? Liberia never had independence. Did you see that? Doe could act on the order of the military military chief. Let's continue here. Now you know who killed Turbo. Furthermore, not they were friends now, but we're going to see how they became enemy, right? Furthermore, the United States government sent the United States government sent 3 Army mobile training teams to Liberia to train the newly formed 1st Infantry Battalion. Now, they're going to tell you what it was funded for. They did not send these people to train because they wanted for Liberian army to be strong, because they wanted for Liberia to go fight their enemy. Listen to this. That was not for it. Let's continue here. The army staff and the ranger accompanied for the 1st anniversary of the PRC. Walker arranged, the ambassador now, the American ambassador at that time, Robert, how they call it, Walker, right? He arranged, okay, for the arrival of new Navy ship and got the Green Beret from Fort Bragg, who landed in Monrovia in an act that made quite an impression. James Kong, Bishop, United States ambassador to Liberia, 1987, indicates that after the coup, the United States government regained. Now you see why the United States government killed Toba. So you see it now, right? They regained because Toba have taken American company out. Toba was making Liberia the resources state-owned. Toba was doing this. So after they assassinated Toba, 1987, this is an American ambassador, James Cone Bishop, right? U.S. ambassador to Liberia, 1987 to 1990. He indicated, this is the ambassador. He indicated that after the coup, the United States government regained access to the scapegoat, to the seaport, regained access to the seaport. Because during that time, before that time, Toba took the military bases and said the United States Army should be out of the country. No more United States base. No more United States access. So he took it. So they came to kill him. Point blank is finished. Now, this is the ambassador speaking, right? After that, after the coup, the United States regained access to the seaport and airport, allowing the government to send cargo to other parts of Africa with no question to ask. With no question to ask. Where is the independence? Where is the sovereignty? Your so-called Liberian like to talk about how the relationship between America and Liberia, our independent days are. Keep that crap out of my face. USA to Liberia increase. So now you see, USA to Liberia increase significantly from below US 20 million in 1979 to above US 20 million in 1983. By the end of 1985, the PRC has received around US 500 million. And this, I did not bring a video, but the 500 million was given to Doe. When Doe came here and met, which president? Was it Reagan at that time, or was who? One of the presidents. When he came, and the United States government at that time praises Doe and said he was a democratic leader. And Mela just killed a president in a coup d'etat, hypothetically. But we know he did not kill. The American government killed Doe. Tobo, right? But the CIA killed Tobo. Now, they killed Doe, they killed Tobo, right? Hypothetically, Doe killed Tobo, right? How can Amela just kill a president? How can Amela just put 13 men on firing squad? And they came to the United States, and the United States government gave him 500 million, and then the United States say he practiced democracy. Okay? So they gave him 500 million in foreign aid from America, exceeding aid given to other sub-Saharan countries. Let's continue here. Herman Cohen, who served as U.S. Assistant Secretary of the State for African Affairs from 1989 to 1993, stated that the aid was not aimed, you heard it, the aid that was given to Doe was not aimed at benefiting the general population in Liberia, but at protecting the interests of the United States, because the Cold War tied to us, the United States, in favor of supporting Doe, because we, the United States, got reciprocal treatment. So you so-called Liberian, when the United States is giving your government money, and then instead of the United States telling the truth, but the United States say, we give it to the government, to the Liberian government, we give aid. And you come and sit there and say, oh, the American government gave aid. But the reality here is that money was not aid. It was individually giving to that government. And the government don't use it, and you don't see any impact. And then you say your government is corrupt. And then once your government is not protecting the American foreign policy interests, then now the American government will come and say, listen, your government is corrupt because we gave your government 500 million and your government did not do this and we did not see anything, and it was our taxpayer money we gave to your government and your government corrupt it. But not knowing the money was given actually privately to that government to protect American interest. But you will fall for it because the reality here is the 500 was given and the American wrote their article and it said we gave loan or we gave aid to Liberia. That's how they get the citizen based on ignorance. But you see, most of you even believe that 500 million was given to Doe for Doe to put it into the economy, not knowing it was an envelope given to Doe privately for him, for protecting the selfish American interests, by accepting that he killed Turbo, to accept to kill those 13 men on firing squad. Let's continue here. So all of these things Doe did, right? Then what made Doe to fall apart? Let's see something here. The United States government recognized the election, and in a statement to the United States Subcommittee on African Affairs of the State Foreign Relations Committee, Chester A. Crook, U.S. Assistant Secretary for African Affairs, confirmed that the United States government has been active in each step along the way, encouraging the Liberian authority to live up to their promises to issues. To live up to their promises they made to the United States government. However, the relationship between Doe and the U.S. government gradually deteriorated in the latter half of the 1980s. Emmanuel Bill, former Minister of Information in the Doe administration, recalled that Doe had gradually changed from being a country boy, and puppet of the U.S. to register of U.S. domination. Tension between Doe and the United States government became evident in an early 1987, about 2 years before Cohen became U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. He went on a trip to Liberia with George Such, U.S. Secretary of State, Coco, Peter Mark Peterson, Administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development, and James L. Wood, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. During the trip, Cohen was informed that relations between the government of Liberia and the United States has become complicated. The United States government had great concern about the government of Liberia's ability to repay Liberia debt. You see here, to repay Liberia debt, the same money they gave to Doe in envelope for protecting American interests. So once you become smart, once you don't want to be a puppet, then obviously the money they get to you in envelope to protect their interest, it now become a loan, it now become a debt. But you see how they're sweating the narrative. Do you see how the narrative is being sweat? Because Doe now was getting smart. Doe now have read the policy, because over the year, Doe became to acknowledge himself with Turbo policy. And when he saw that Turbo policy was the right policy, he decided to go with Turbo policy. Henceforth, he then became an American enemy. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. As long as you're here, I'm here. I know we're going all the time. But let's continue here. We have information to give you. Let's continue here. Where we are. All right. The United States government had great concern about the government of Liberia's ability to repay Liberia debt. And Mark Peterson has proposed assigning a team of retired financial experts from the United States now to work with the Liberians for 2 years to get their book and procedure in order. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Let's continue here. According to Kuham, Doe did not have a clue about Washington, D.C. Oh God. Listen to this. According to Kuham, Doe did not have a clue about Washington, D.C. reality. Doe did not know what was coming. Or he thought, he has served Washington, D.C. interests, right? Washington, D.C. were going to serve his interests. But not knowing, for the same reason he went and served Washington, D.C. interests. Washington, D.C. was against those interests. And now, if he's going for those interests, Washington, D.C. was going to be against him. So that's why this American representative is saying Doe had no clue about the reality of what was coming to him. He did not know that America was going to betray him. Let's continue here. About 3 months later, Bishop, the new U.S. ambassador to Liberia, arrived in Monrovia. His directive was to pay special attention. His directive, that means the American government directed him special things what to do. Okay? Now, that have been clear. His directive was to pay special attention to the management of the relationship between the Liberian government and that of the United States government, who continue to have access to strategic facility. Bear in mind, Toba was killed because Toba wanted the American government to take her military from Liberia, to leave the Liberian seaport, to leave the Liberian airspace. Just example or few. Now, Doe came in, and Doe now, after some years, he was now educated and got to know that, no, these people came Toba for a wrong reason. He decided to go with Toba plan. And part of Toba plan, he going back again. After all these years, America has invested in a so-called military and trained a military, right? And overtook all those military bases. Here it is, Doe is coming out to say, no, we want the American military out. So America sent a delegate representative, okay, the U.S. ambassador. That's why all these ambassadors in your country, that's why McCarthy was there to make sure to create destabilization, to create chaos, to create confusion among the Liberian people. And he did that, and he succeeded, and he left. So you see how the American ambassador have always been playing in a destabilization of Liberia. So this ambassador was not sent there to go do anything but to monitor, to observe, to tell Doe, no, listen, these people will come after you if you don't do this. But let's continue here. His directive was to pay attention or special attention to the management of the relationship with the government of Liberia so that the United States government could continue to have access to strategic facility. Additionally, he was to protect, listen to this, he was to protect U.S. commercial interests, such as Firestone. Firestone was a cause today Liberia Chastera is in a hitch, not because of Sierra Leone. Maybe if our ancestors speak to us, we might do presentation on that one day. Firestone. So you see how Firestone have been a major player to destabilize Liberia. Let's continue here, right? To have access such as Firestone, American-owned bank, Now, American-owned bank, we just told you, all right, from 1822 to 1985, right, all the way, right? Liberian finances were appointed by the American government. Liberian finance minister were all appointed by the American government. We have no government in Liberia. We have no government in Liberia. That is why up to today, we will say Liberia have no system, because the American government have ruled Liberia for all those years and they did not create any system. That's why we have no system in Liberia. Let's continue here. Firestone, American-owned banks, and the Liberian Maritime Registry. And to continue the original strategy, you see the original strategy from Totment. The original strategy from Totment time from 1822 all the way down the line. That Togo in 1971 that came a change. Did you see that? So you see how America have fought tirelessly to destabilize Liberia. You see how America have fought tirelessly to make Liberia a poverty stinking nation. And then they will come and tell a third world country. Yes, America have been a cause. We are called third world country because they loot our resources, they loot our finances. And they control our governmental system from 1822 through the rebellious slave. Those that did not want to be rebellious, to be identified as rebellious slaves, to entry their people, America ran them out, and some of them were killed. The one that could survive and run, they went to Saudi, they went to Ethiopia. Those that refused to treat their people. So you see how those issues now coming, right? Now, the maritime registry, and to continue the original strategy of civilizing. Though, look at that, the original strategy of civilizing Doe by providing him financial assistance, which could enable his government to organize and manage itself while instructing Doe in political governance, essentially through ambassadorial tutorial. Through ambassadorial tutorial. It was imperative, however, that bishop, that's why they used to send all these godly people, okay? You are sitting in Liberia there, and in Africa there, how they call it, missionary, this, that. They send this bishop to come and tell your left cheeks when a white man slap you. Tell your right when a white man slap you. But let's continue here. That bishop ensured that it was imperative, however, that bishop ensured that the United States government not become autonomous to a successor government by being perceived as too closely attached to the Doe regime. Okay, so because of time, we're going to take it out. So now you're saying Doe have already fallen apart, right? Doe have already fallen apart. This article is very great because even it will come down. Oh God, I don't know if I should talk about it. Okay, let's see something here. Around the same time, the government of Liberia has established relationship with the USSR. Okay, that donor with the USSR and Libya. But those bonds were not strong because Doe has appeared very hostile to both countries in the first half of the 1980s. So you see, after Doe became smart, right? After he has spent some time, he wanted to go back to Libya. He wanted to go back to USSR. But when Doe took power, right? where he was controlled by the U.S. in the first half, okay, he cut all supply of the USSR that Turbo established. He cut all supply of the of Libya that Turbo established. In fact, he removed the Libyan embassy by the demand of the United States government. So after he became smart now and knew that Turbo plan was the right plan, Turbo memo was the right memo, Turbo resolution was the right one for Liberia, he decided to go to Libya and the USSR. But how are you going to do that? It's going to take some time to build that relationship. And at that time, America was not going to wait for you. They got to make sure and get you out before it happened. Okay? There is something I want to read here. I'll read it. I'll take this out. And then we have to read a letter that Doe wrote to the American government. Crying to the American government. Appealing to the American government. Let me see here. All right. Says the government of Liberia has financial constraint. Okay? Because they made Doe to depend on America. So now, Doe have made enemies. Doe, no finance is coming in now. So the only finance option that Doe had was America. And America is no longer sending finance to Doe. And Doe can go to Libya to other people. There was nowhere Doe can go now and get finances. The only finance option was closed. Because Doe now decided he can't protect America's interests. So finances was not coming again. You can't eat. So they made you stagnant. You can't do nothing for yourself. They strangle you. Since the government of Liberia has financial constraint, a representative, because during this time, imagine the American government owned the banks in Liberia. You heard it, you saw it there. They own the banks. So Doe couldn't do nothing. America has been a cause of the destabilization of Liberia. The situation we're facing today is the United States, the cause. No one else. Let's continue here. Since the government of Liberia has financial constraint, a representative from the Republic of China, listen to this now. A representative from the Republic of China / Taiwan contacted Doe and offered him financial assistance in return for recognition of the People's Republic of China. A member of government of Liberia official saw Taiwan move as a U.S. coordinated effort to isolate Liberia in the United Nations Security Council. So you see, America, for each time Liberia want to move, Liberia want to do something for herself, to better herself, to improve herself, America will always find a way to strangle us, to put bullet in us, to hold us, to tie us down. So you see what America did. America went to the United Nations Security Council because, I mean, she's superpower. After all, she got it. In fact, she controlled it. She went there again. Bam. Economic war crime code. You think America should be out? So you see it, right? Let's continue here. Where the People's Republic of China has vetoed power. You see it. Whereas the People's Republic of China also has veto power. So do you understand the war? Now we're coming to how the war came in Liberia. Those of you that always say the war that how they call it, civil war, this, civil that. Be with me. I mean, the information is so rich, but because of time, I don't know whether you got data. Those of you Liberian, but come back and watch later the recording. But the information is there to let's say I don't even want to leave. I want to give you it. Because I may not have time to come here again to do part 2. Maybe, I don't know. I might be going to other topics. So after Liberia went to China, because America has strong to Liberia, because she owned the banks in Liberia, she owned the finances in Liberia, because our finance minister, everyone is working for America here. So they own it, they control it, right? So we have no means. So now Doe turned to China. China decided to help Doe. Okay? So the United States took Liberia to the UN. Look at that. Taking a third world country to the UN. Shame on America. America took a third world country to the United Nations. But then China also has veto power in the United Nations. So you see the rivalry, you see the conflict. Oh God. Look, when you started the issue about Liberia, you get angry with America. A country that you die, a country that you believe you can sell Liberia to, a country like you can do anything, but at the same country. Let's continue here. Let's continue here, right? So, a member of the government official saw Taiwan move as U.S. coordinated effort to isolate Liberia, to cut Liberia from anybody. Don't make business with anybody, to isolate Liberia. In the United Nations Security Council. So America went and started preaching on politics in the United Nations Security Council. Politics is also, folks. The United States went and started preaching politics in there for people to hate Liberia, for people not to come to Liberia, people not to make business with Liberia. Liberia is a tolerant nation. Liberia is a no-go zone. Liberia is a dangerous place. Oh, you know, and then she started making treaty with those people to veto anything good thing for Liberia. America. Let's continue here. What is our diplomatic? If I hear any Liberian talking about Liberia and America have good diplomatic relationship, I will ask the spirit of the ancestor to strike you. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. So, it says, and then, so when the United Nations did that, I mean, when America did that with to Liberia in the United Nations, they say China too has veto power and advanced door. So this was China and advancing donor. China too have veto power. Then China became an advisor to do not to recognize Taiwan. So the same Taiwan today, the United States is using with China to create conflict, right? So, look, oh God. Let's continue. I don't want to go there. Let's continue. There's something you don't say. Let's continue. So, okay, I will not lose thought. Let's continue. So, China had veto power and advanced though not to recognize Taiwan. However, because though accepted the effort of the People's Republic of China, the People's Republic of China broke diplomatic relationship with the government of Liberia. So you see that Liberia still went to China. China advised Liberia, though, not to do this because Taiwan was a puppet to the United States. Taiwan could serve as a CIA, whatsoever, blah, 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 though they're not listening. So China too back off, right? Now, I will take this out, right? So, the removal, I mean, hey God, I gotta go to the next article because I can't stick on one article. It's too rich to the extent that, so you see the removal of door administration. The removal of door administration. Okay, let me do this so I can connect it when we get to Charles Taylor. So now, the removal of door administration, right? Charles Taylor has been allocated the position as director of the General Service or Services Agency under the PRC, but fled to the United States in 1983 after he was accused of embezzling $900,000. There, he was arrested at the request of the government of Liberia, but escaped from Plymouth County Recreational Facility in Massachusetts on November 1985. According to Taylor, during the night, a prison guard, a prison, right? A prison guard. All right. So the notion that Charles Taylor escaped from jail, Charles Taylor is about to explain. All right. Now, when I explain this, I will take it out because we got to go to the next article. So you're going to see how Doe, we already saw Doe assassination, right? So you already see how the United States been playing her role, right? So now, people say Charles Taylor escaped from jail, right? This is Charles Taylor now. Okay. According to Taylor, during the night, a prison guard escorted him to a minimum security area because Charles Taylor was at the maximum. He was not at the minimum. He was at the maximum. So how can they say this man escaped? They said he escaped. But this man was at the maximum security area, right? But then a prison guard took him from the maximum security area to a minimum. Is that escape? But let's continue. According to Charles Taylor, during the night, a prison guard escorted him to a minimum security area from which he escaped through a window and was taken to New York. Who took him? Was taken. We're going to play a video and you will see who took him. No opinion here. We got everything here. So that prison, the recreational facility in Massachusetts need to be part of the economic, need to be part of the war crime court in Liberia because they let a prisoner out. And today, that prisoner went and committed a crime in Liberia. So that prison, that facility, need to pay good billions of dollars to the Liberian people. But not only that, let's continue. That prison guard is still alive today. We need that prison guard. The Liberian government, that you the one we're talking to, Joseph Barker, you a puppet. We're talking to you. If you want justice, because you the one say you want justice, you the one say you fighting for economic war crime court for Liberian people. Now, I'm advising you. That prison is still there today, and that security guard is still alive today. We need that security guard. When you come out with your economic worker code, that security guard need to be there. Who told him to carry Charles Taylor from the maximum security prison to the minimum? Let's continue to this. Let's continue here. Everybody will be involved. And they want to seek a justice for Liberia, right? They want to seek justice for Liberia. Everyone will be involved. Everyone will be involved. We're leaving no one out. Look, everyone will be involved. Let's continue this. Let's continue here. So he was taken to New York. Who talking to New York? Because usually in the United States here, if someone is being free from prison, either your family come for you, your wife come for you, your brother come for you. Or if they can't come, they send Uber to come for you. So, was it Charles Taylor's wife or children or relative that went for him? Who went for him? Was it Uber who went for him? Charles Taylor will tell us. Let's continue here. So, he was taken to New York in what he assumed was a United States government vehicle. Okay? So, that's what Charles Taylor said. Again, now the Liberian government, you want justice for Liberia. Do your research. You need to go to that area. You need the footage, the security footage. They have it there. They have it. America keep all of these things. You need it. We need to see that vehicle. And we need to see all those that enter that prison and got Charles Taylor out. All those that open the car door and Charles Taylor got in the car door. America keep everything. They have it. We need it. Go and ask them. You want to seek justice for Liberian people, right? If you want to seek justice, this is how you must do it. We already gave you the information. We already helping you. You're not paying us. We're helping you because we ourselves, we need justice. We're helping you for you to do the right thing. Let's continue here. Charles Taylor subsequently arrived in Ghana, where according to Arnold Anokon, a former general in the armed forces of Ghana. He was arrested because the Ghanaian authorities suspected him of working for the CIA. At that time, tension existed between President Gerald Rawlings of Ghana and the United States government, partly because domestic talk with the government of Burkina Faso, headed by Thomas Sankara, newly formed National Patriotic Front of Liberia, Chastera. According to Prince Johnson, a leading member of the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, and later a head of the Independent National Patriotic Front of Liberia, and all these factions, by the way, were funded by America. All these factions were funded by the United States government. And these factions killed and looted and destroyed Liberia. So how can America be out? A faction that killed Liberian, a faction that looted and destroyed Liberia, funded by America. Are you talking about war crime in Liberia and you want to leave America out? Hell no. She had to tell us why she funded the NPFL, why she funded the INPFL. Because she funded the INPFL and the INPFL killed Doe. Let's continue here. Taylor ascended rapidly through the hierarchy of the National Patriotic Front and was introduced to Black Campari. Who introduced it to Black Campari? Black Campari that assassinated Thomas Sankara. Now, Sankara introduced not Black Campari, how they call it, by President Thomas Sankara. Let me see right here. Okay, let me see here. Sorry, I gotta read that part back. Okay, Charles Taylor ascended rapidly through the hierarchy of the National Patriotic Front and was introduced by Black Campari, the deputy leader of state of Burkina Faso, and through him to President Sankara. Sankara introduced Taylor to Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, and Libya became the main center for coordination of the National Patriotic Front. Recruits of the latter were trained at Windhouse, Air Base, a former U.S. military base in Libya. Did you see this? A former U.S. military base in Libya. This is where Charles Taylor was air training. According to Sarah Allen, who became among the most influential politicians in Taylor administration from 1997 to 2003, and Daniel Che, who served as Liberia Minister of National Defense from 1997 to 2006, the National Patriotic Front was in contact with all parties who wished to remove Doe from office. It sought support from multiple sources, including private businesses, and that could be Firestone, private businesses, people, and government, such as those of France. You see it? Those of France. Now, we are coming to the war, the not civil war, such as those of France and the United Kingdom, but in particular, the United States government. The United States government. So, when you're talking about the economy and war crime in Liberia, France all need to be involved. Great Britain, UK need to be involved. The United States involved. So you see what these people have done behind the scene. Now, the question becomes, why was Burkina Faso involved? Imagine, that was French territory at that time. And from the initial stage, when we started reading the article, it says that France and the US has this agreement over Liberia because they wanted to control certain things in Liberia, resources wise. And then what happened? You saw that we read that the United States have created how they call it, offshore, no-go zone in Liberia, right? And then the United States brought her navy, her army. The premise was set. So you see what's going on now, right? Let's continue here. The National Patriotic Front insurgency group, right, took place in December in 1989 in close communication with the United States government. Did you see this? Have you seen how everything in Liberia have always been the involvement of America, have always been funded by America? Let me read it again. The National Patriotic Front insurgency group took place in December 1989 in close communication with the United States government advice, but as a split occurring within the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, resulting in the formation of the Independent National Patriotic Front of Liberia under the leadership of Prince Johnson. So why this happened? This happened because the National Patriotic Front, funded by America and given to Charles Taylor as the leader, America did not trust Charles Taylor. So America went and formed the Independent National Patriotic Front, INPFL, and made Prince Johnson the head, which eventually Prince Johnson killed Doe. And then in the video that we watched, those of you that was with me earlier, you saw Doe calling the American embassy. So when you, Prince Johnson, when you saw Prince Johnson calling the American embassy and telling them, tango, 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 this is XYZ, calling to speak to the American embassy, this was the reason he called the American embassy, because the American embassy, the United States government, funded the INPFL to kill Doe and make Prince Johnson the head and give Prince Johnson the order to go kill Doe. That's what Prince Johnson called tanko, 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 tanko. We do the connection, your folks. We do the research and we come, we give it to you and you see it. The informations are there. I can sit down here and talk for another hours because the informations are there. You see, when they tell about research, when you do the research and you read it, you analyze it, and you put the material together, you feel so energetic to speak about it. But let's continue here. All right, so let me see here. All right, so let me see here. Let me connect a dot here. All right, let me read the whole thing here. So the NPFL insurgency took place in December 1989 in close communication with the United States government advice, but a split occurred within the NPFL, resulting information of the INPFL under the leadership of Prince Johnson. He maintained that this happened because Taylor had no confidence in many of the NPFL members and began to make covert division within that organization. The INPFL rapidly grew to more than 500 soldiers, and on their way to Monrovia, they captured strategic places and town. All right, I'll take this. Henceforth, Doe was killed, right? But let me take this out and let me bring out the letter from from Doe to the American government at that time, George Bush Sr. All right, let me bring the letter. People who say America, look, because America was part of the war and because America wanted a war in Liberia, that's why America did not fight. for ceasefire. That's why America did not fight, to make sure to prevent the war. Because people have been saying, oh, they don't want us to stay in power. Though, it's the whitewash American story that will say, don't want us to stay in power. That's why he tasted power. He did not want to leave. That's why the war, that's why this. That's blunt lie. And we had the evidence to say it's blunt lie. So let's see a letter written by Doe to George Bush Sr. Let's see. No. Okay. This is a letter written by, I mean, it's very old, so you can see that you can't. But I'm going to try my best to read it. I'm going to zoom it at my side. Hopefully you see it. I'm going to try my best to read it. This was written by President Doe to the United States government. Okay? Now, let me go to it. Okay. Hopefully you can see it. All right. So if you look at the top, you can really see it, right? But up here, it says, what you see up here first, to the far end there, it says, Dear President George Bush. That's the name there. Dear President George Bush. All right, so let's go to it. All right. Now. All right. Dear President George Bush. This is Doe. My country is on the brink of disaster. I am confident that our armed forces have the ability to stop the rebel who have gathered some 35 miles from the perimeter of our capital. But if the rebels succeed, tens of thousands of innocent citizens will be slaughtered. Let me repeat that again. If the rebels succeed, tens of thousands of innocent citizens will be slaughtered. Our people are frightened and hungry. We do not have food to give them, nor the transportation to help them escape. They have nowhere to go, even if they were able to live on their own. Even if they were able to live on their own initiative. Sorry, it's too tiny, so I have to see some writing before I can know, right? Because it's very old, all right? Even if they have the opportunity to live on their own initiative, right? Let's continue here. Now, he went on to say, I love my country dearly, and I am willing. This is Doe. People who said he wanted to stay in power, he tasted power, he did, but this is a letter written by Doe that Liberian people don't even know. They have not even seen it. But they listen to whitewash documentary, American documentary or Google, and then they say, oh, Doe wanted to stay in power, this, that, when they have no evidence. But we are here not to give them evidence. Doe said, I love my country dearly, and I'm willing to make any sacrifices necessary, even if it means giving my own life to preserve our nation and avoid the slaughter of our people. I formally offer to resign. This is Doe speaking. This is Doe speaking. I formally offer to resign if free elections could be called to fill my office. But I was informed by our Congress and my own legal advisor that this was illegal under the Constitution. Now, though, because this was Doe's second term, his first term was coup d'etat, he carried American policy, right? Now, his second term was election, he won an election. So now, his legal expert advising that, look, this is illegal under the Constitution. You cannot give your office off. You cannot do that. And then, it is not yet the term limit. So you cannot call for elections when your term limit have not yet come. You cannot call for how they call it, election. So these were the advice given him. So now you see, don't want to leave. Don't say, in fact, I will not wait for my term to end. In fact, we should have election right now. Who wins? If my people say who win, let them go in, let them go in. But again, America did not want it. Why America did not pay ear to this? America did not want election because if election was to go on, the possibility, in fact, the people was going to vote based on who they wanted, based on their interest, not America's interest. So America did not want election. America do not want no democracy in your nation. America do not want no free and fair election in your nation. Don't get it twisted. That's blunt a lie. If America come to your country and talk about rule of law, tell them you lie. If America come to your country and talk about democracy, tell them, in fact, America do not even practice democracy. That alone, tell them it. Okay? A man that was waiting to leave his position, a man that was waiting to leave his office without even his term being over, he wrote the United States government and said, look, listen, I'm waiting to leave. If only we have election. But they did not want this option because they never wanted election to happen. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. Where I was. Now, I formally offer to resign. Though said, I formally offer to resign if a free election could be called to fill my office, but was informed by my Congress, by our Congress, and my legal advisor that this was illegal under the Constitution. I since have pledged that I will ensure that free and honest election are held in 1991, because 1991 his tenure was going to be over. His tenure was going to end. Okay, so he said he will ensure, and did that. Said it was against the Constitution, and the Congress said he can't go. The Liberian Congress said he can't leave, and his legal aspect advising. Okay, so he said, okay, I will stay until 1991 and make sure election is here. Let the people take who they want to take, and I will leave. This is Doe's letter to the United States. And the United States government have this. How you think we have it? Let's continue. All right. Now, okay, that free and honest election will be here in 1991. So if America wanted free and actually honest election, they could have agreed to President Doe. They have this. How you think we got this? They have this. Okay, let's continue here. As provided by our Constitution, and that I will not offer myself as a candidate. This was Doe. He said, and I will not offer myself as a candidate for re-election. This will give our people the opportunity to elect a president of their choice. Do you think America want to? So this thing here, it was in fact, America felt it was an insult to them. Okay, for a president that they put in power after they get trouble, and then in their mind, they gave you opportunity to become president, so that you can continue with their policy, and then you forgo their policy. and then you write in a letter about free and fair election. Do you think it's about American interest? It's about free and fair election in your country, in Liberia? In their mind, that's how they was talking. All right? So let's continue here. So he said, as provided by our constitution, and that I will not offer myself as a candidate for re-election. This will give our people the opportunity to elect president of their choice. All right? To elect president of their choice. His Excellencies George Bush, President of the United States of America, the White House. Okay, so you saw that, right? That was a letter. I mean, how tiny? It's old. In fact, it's yellow. Now, very old, okay? They have it. They have it saved there. They have it saved there. But hey, we were able to get it. So did you see that? America had the opportunity to stop that war. But no, they did not do it. In fact, I don't know if I'll reach to that article. America bought Aqua. I don't know if I'll reach to that article because of time. But America did buy Aqua. America did buy AU and told them not to intervene in the war. Look, you will not believe these things I'm saying, man. It's so painful. But let's see here. Let's see. So let's see how Charles Taylor escaped from jail, okay? Let's hear from Charles Taylor own mouth.
'85, Charles Taylor escaped from Plymouth County Correctional Facility in Massachusetts, United States of America. But one of the biggest mysteries of the former Liberian president's career is how exactly he managed to escape from this jail. So, the biggest questions are, did Charles Taylor escape from the prison, or was he willfully released? What are other conspiracy theories associated with his escape? Was he working with the CIA and US intelligence agencies to create crisis in Liberia? We will answer all these questions in this edition on Hispro Media. Please come with me. But don't forget to like this video and subscribe to Hispro Media if you have not done so already. Thank you. Charles Taylor, now a convicted war criminal serving his 1980 and tie sheets together, climb out an open window, working with someone.
It's a Monopoly type get out of jail card. How did you manage it?
Well, I must say that I will be able to explain to a great extent how I got out. There's some of the details I don't know, but I'll explain to the judges.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is one of the
I'm in jail about 3 to 4 weeks before one of the prison guards in a supervisory position came and told me that I would be leaving the prison. And he wanted to find out that if I was let out of the prison, if I could actually get out of the United States as quickly as possible, because upon leaving, I would have to leave the United States. I said to him, I said, well, it would be a little problem, but I will get to my wife and ask her to, to raise a certain amounts of money that will be made available to me if and when I got out. Now, that was a little sticky because my wife and I are not living together. I have now moved to Boston where I'm arrested. I'm with this girlfriend, Agnes, who later becomes my wife. But my wife Tupi and I had bought a piece of land in New Hampshire. So I had to authorize her to sell the land to raise some money that when I got out of jail, I would be able to do something. The Plymouth County House of Correction is both a minimum and a maximum security facility. The minimum security facility of that jail, you have people who are about to get out, they go work in the fields, come in, go out. It's virtually for people that, you know, who have no good reason to get out of jail, because in that facility, you are there. Within the building, you have to walk from maximum security through so many gates to get into minimum. And the minimum side of the jail is really minimum. Low walls, as people walk out and do what they have to do. On the date that I reported back to them, to the guard, and told him that I had arranged with my wife, and after she showed me that she had sold the land and had some money, we had to really give the land at rock bottom price. I told him that we had some money. He verified my passport. He verified that I could get out. I can remember one evening at about 10, he came, opened my cell. It was during lockdown time, and escorted me from the maximum security side through several gates to the minimum security side, where there were 2 other detainees there standing. They were already out. They had already, I don't know who cut it, but I think the guards had made these arrangements. Those 2 guys and myself with the guard, this one guard, and I do not know and will not lie if he was operating with anybody else, but I believe that he had to be operating with somebody else. I was taken out. We got to the window. These guys took a sheet. We tied it on the bar in a very short distance, and we came down, got over the fence. There was a waiting car outside. There were 2 guys in the car. These other 2 guys and myself got in the car and drove, and their instructions, the guys who were driving the car's instructions were to get me as far as New York, where I had told them I wanted to go. They drove me from Boston. We stopped in Providence, Rhode Island. My wife came, brought the money. She was in a second car, and the 2 cars drove. The 2 guys that were driving the car insisted that I not drive with her. I should stay in their car just in case we were stopped by state troopers. I followed those instructions. I do not know those guys. They never identified themselves to me. I had never known them before. They drove us all the way to New York. I got out of the car and I showed them that would be okay. And then I met a sister of mine, half-sister of mine, and I stayed at her apartment. Those guys, plus the 2 guys that broke out of the jail with me, I have not seen or heard from them today. Now, what do I mean by I do not know the full story? It is my assumption, and I want to be very clear about this, because I did not pay any money. I did not know the guys that picked me up. I stayed in New York for about, as I'm in New York, the coup is going on in Liberia. I cannot get a flight out of New York on time. I was not hiding. All this nonsense about being searched, I was not hiding. I did not get a flight out. I was still in New York when Jerome Kurongba was captured. I stayed in New York for about 2 or 3 weeks. It was decided that by my sister that since things had gotten out of shape, by this time, every news agency is reporting that Charles Taylor has escaped from jail. I drive on Interstate 95, not high.
All right, folks, let me make a quick reference here. We that live in the United States here, right? Charles Taylor said he spent 2 weeks in New York. And he said, but this time, every news agency are reporting that Charles Taylor has escaped from jail. Very good. As we all know, in America here, if news agency report that a prisoner have broken a jail, a prisoner have escaped from a jail, what do we see? We see helicopter in the air. We see ground defense on ground. We see all kind of forces, okay, in our territory, in our area. And then news reporters are reporting that people should stay indoors. This prisoner, or he have armed, he has this, he's dangerous. That's what Charles Taylor is trying to make us understand by saying, I spent 2 weeks in New York, and this time the all news media were reporting that Charles Taylor has broken jail. What Charles Taylor is trying to tell you here is, when prisoner break jail and news media report it, you see helicopter all in the air, you see police car, patrol car all around. But there was no helicopter, there was no police, there was no patrol. Then how can they say I broke jail? So he's trying to tell you the American government knew about his release. Now, he said one thing again, the rope that was tied up there coming down. He just stayed up. What he's trying to make it to understand is that he never tied the rope up there. He never brought the rope. Who brought the rope? Who brought those things that was tied? And he got on it, he came down. He never brought it. Because in fact, this was a man that was in a maximum security cells. He never told you in his explanation, he never told you he tied it and came down. It was tied there already. So what happened here is they make it seems that the security system make it seems that he escaped. So they tied it there so they did not carry it through the door. But the reality here is they have already taken from the maximum security cells. Who talking there? He never talked himself. Now, when you're in a maximum security cells, your door, you cannot open your door from inside, you open it from outside. So who came and open it? Now, he said a prison guard came to him and said, you are going to be released today. How did the prison guard know that he just was going to be released today? Who told him? That is why that prison facility need to be part of the war crime in Liberia. They need to pay billions of dollars. The American government need to pay billions of dollars. That security system, it need to be closed down, it need to be shut down. We need to make them go broke. They owe us reparation. So if America is fighting for justice, if anywhere is fighting for justice, fake justice he's fighting, a man that worked for the Department of Justice during the war in Liberia, yeah, you don't want coming for economic work in Liberia. All right. So he's fighting for it. We are telling him, and he's really fighting for justice for Liberian. He should go after those people. He should, those are the people he should go after. That security guard is still alive today. Maybe the video now we're doing, they might go assassinate him. We don't know. They might go kill him to destroy evidence because they are not doing it, because we are exposing them. It's possible. They might go kill him. Okay? Now, Charles Taylor said again, when he got released, when he got outside, he made a black SUV. And he met these two people who did not reveal their identity. Who were they? And he said he did not know them. And first of all, the people that came to pick him, he never called to come pick him out. He never told anybody to come pick him out. He never called Uber, nothing. Who came for him? All those people need to be answerable. You don't want to sit out here, then an idiot like Allen White go in Liberia, fight for international how they call it, interest, fight for American corporation, or fight for American organization interest, to go against certain people in Liberia, and then you think will cancel and agree to it. Go at those days. We might have been ignorant to some issues. Our parents have been ignorant. Our grandparents may have been ignorant to some issues. And then when they fought for it, our parents may have been ignorant that It was Red Riot that killed Turbo and all of those things. That Liberian killed Turbo. Liberian did not kill Turbo. God did not kill Turbo. We might be ignorant to some things and we allow it to happen. But this time around, we're not saying a so-called American shouldn't go fight for economy and war crime, or fight for justice for Liberian people. But don't be fighting for the American norms. The American nurse that was killed by Prince Johnson. Don't be fighting for them and then pretending that you are fighting for justice for Liberian people because you won't go get Prince Johnson. Don't be fighting for American organization in Liberia pretending that you are fighting for Liberian people because that's how systematically you have been doing it to us. Don't be fighting for Robert Fairley to bring his company into to take the Nimba mine because you know when Prince Johnson is in Nimba, it's not going to happen. But you want to get Prince Johnson out. But you're fighting on the ignorance of Liberian to say you're fighting for economic war crime code for Liberia. If you want economic war crime code, go to the American banks. When American have representatives controlling our bank, our money, our finances, when they have American finance minister, American as finance minister in Liberia all the way from 1822 to 1985 or to the 1980s, you fighting for economy? You fighting for economic crime? Go after those people and bring them. Because the issue of Liberia, it has been from 1822. So go start from there.
Hiding from New York after about 2 weeks to Washington, D.C. I spent a couple of days in Washington, D.C. visiting a friend of mine, the late Eric Scott. From there, I drive all the way to Atlanta, Georgia, board a plane, fly to Texas.
Okay, how can someone escape from jail all this time? He in the United States corridor territory in 50 states, running around, driving around. In fact, he bought a plane. He passed through TSA. How, America, can someone escape from a prison and they go to pass through TSA? That's the right place to pass. Through TSA, and then they stamp your document with your name, Isa, everything identity they put in the system. How can you escape from the jail hall and you go pass through the airport, through TSA, and they search you everything? You get your document, they put everything inside, and you pass, they allow you pass. Is that breaking jail hall? America, stop lying to us. You can fool some Liberian, but you cannot fool all the Liberian all of the time. Let's take this out. So you get how Charles Taylor was helped and he freed from jail. Because we're running out of time, right? Let's see here. Now, let me show you some of the reason the War and Economic Crime Code is swiftly taking place. Let's see this right here. Okay? Let's see this. Now, the United States, the U.S. Embassy in Liberia, as we all know, the U.S. Embassy is in Liberia not for any good reason. Not for any good reason. Okay? Now, this is why they are fighting for the Economic War Crime Code. This is what a Negro puppet, a horse Negro, Bucket, fighting hard to sign it. Okay? And the Liberian Senate, the Liberian House of Representatives, they do not even know what they are signing up for. They don't know. All of them just in our house, majority of them, they are mumu in their head. America will come and tell you, say, they're supporting justice in Liberia, and you agree to it. Why didn't they support justice? When Doe wrote them a letter, crying in a letter, shedding tears in a letter, how he want to avoid the war, telling them to stop the war. Because he knew the war was coming from America here. He knew his assassination was coming from America here. Because he knew the assassination of Tobo came from America here. So he knew what was coming to him. And he wrote that letter, shedding tears, crying, telling them, I will not go for re-election. In fact, telling them, I don't even want for my term to end. Let that be election today, so the people can vote, so that we can have new government. Let me go. But let's continue here. Let's see here. Read out of Ambassador Lena Thomas Greenfield meeting with Liberian President Joseph Boakai. So, the May 6 to May 9 U.S. Africa Summit, Leadership Summit or Agriculture Summit they just had, Boakai want money. And that is why he hurried up to speed up the signing of the economic worker code to come to his master to tell them one of their wishes have been granted. The economic worker code you want in Liberia, we have it. So I want you to pay me. You know what? You know the same thing Doe did. After they kept Tobo and they told Doe to go take position. And then they told Doe to kill the 13 men on firing squad. As you saw all of those things, right? And Doe came here. They said Doe was a democratic government. He practiced rule of law, right? And they gave him 500 million, right? In the same way, Boakai was coming for his own money. But what happened here is, this is different from Doe, because Doe execution was made on the spot. It was done on the spot. But with this, it's just a paper that has been signed yet. But the people that they want in Liberia, that America want in Liberia, those people are still in government. Those people are still holding position. Those people are not yet being held by America. So they cannot give Boakai money. Oh, God. Oh, man. America. We will expose you, America. We will keep exposing you. You are in a different time period. We'll keep exposing you. Let's continue here. Now, the below is attribute. In fact, I'm not even going to read that. You know what? Let me read it. The below is attributed to U.S. mission. U.S. mission to the United Nations spokesperson, Nate Evans. All right. Let's read this. Ambassador Leonard Thomas Greenfield, U.S. representative to the United Nations, met yesterday in Dallas, Texas, with Liberian President Joseph Boakai on the margin of the 16th U.S. Africa Business Summit. Ambassador Leonard Thomas Greenfield and President Boakai discussed the progress achieved. In his first 100 days in office, including steps taken to attract sorry folks. Oh man. Oh God. All right, let's read. Including steps taken to attract U.S. investment. Let me ask a question. What have the U.S. invested in Liberia since 1822? That today, Liberia will have to attract U.S. investment. What have the U.S. done since 1822 in Liberia? Oh, I can tell you what the U.S. have done. The U.S. have always been manipulating our elections. The U.S. has always been a target whenever there is a change or shift in an improvement or liberation in our government system, in our national body politics, in our economic, in our holistically, all right, in our involvement in Liberia. The U.S. they do not want it. They have always been involved. Targeting government officials, Okay, being on the side of opposition, funding oppositions, funding factions. They funded the NPFA, the RNPFA, and the law rebel, which we are hearing. Joseph Boakai was also the chairman for that group that was funded by the United States. But let's continue here. Let's continue. Including steps taken to to attract U.S. investment. Ambassador congratulated the president for using an executive order. Listen to this. For using an executive order last week to establish a war and economic crime court to advance justice and accountability for the Liberian people. Now, let me say this. The Liberian Senate and the Liberian House of Representatives, was it an executive order that was passed by President Boakai, or it went through the House, the Senate, and you guys voted in favor of it? Because we want to understand here. We want to understand here. Because they are telling us it was an executive order, strictly from the executive, from the marshal, from Boakai, strictly. Did you sign it? Did they go to the House for debate and you look through it whatsoever and you saw it necessary? Or, in fact, the president just said it got to be. So, my point here is, we saw it, y'all said, y'all signed it, y'all what you call it, right? But Lena Thomas Greenfield is telling us, President Boakai, hurry up with this to bring it to the United States for the summit, so that when he comes, he can get money. He can get paid. But it seems that they never get him paid because job have not yet been done. The people the U.S. want, those people are still in power. Those people are still in government. So they are not going to give you pay. They are not going to give you envelope. Let's continue here. Anyway, for signing an executive order last week to establish a war and economic crime court to advance justice and accountability for the Liberian people. Fine, we love that. Justice, accountability for the Liberian people, right? Now, we have given the information, right? How America from memorial time. In fact, we have given the involvement of the U.S. Hey, did not talk about Griffey. Okay. Thank you. You want justice. You want, how to call it, accountability, right? Now, you are involved. America is involved. So, we want you. Say you want justice. You want accountability, right? Now, fight for Liberia and make sure that the United States be involved. That the United States testify. So, all the thing we discuss now, evidence we bring it out here. You love Liberia now, right? Okay. So, the ambassador and the president also discuss regional security as well as strong and encouraging partnership between the United States and the Liberian and Liberia at the United Nations beyond. That's what was discussed here. So that was the reason Boakai hurry up with that economic workaround code to sign it, thinking that when he come, he will get paid. They will put envelope in here. Okay? That's what he signed for. But when he came, they're not getting envelope because mission have not yet been accomplished. All right? Now, Prince Johnson is a senator. Prince Johnson will not agree for the American-born Canadian, okay, Robert finally to take the Nimba mine. Because as we speak currently, they are manipulating the Nimalian right now. There's a confusion going on. Because Robert Finney, the American company, want a certain meter to move, and he want to have his share of the Nimba mine. And this is where it's tough for Boakai. That's why they ain't getting money yet. Look, We have this information, man. We have it. All right, but let's continue here. Let's continue here. All right. So let me see. Let me bring an article out here, right? So we can see. I'm just going to read through that because of time. Okay, we gotta go. I gotta go. So I'm just going to read through it, and because there are some things I want you guys to see here. We just going to read through it quick. I'm not really going to explain, but we're just going to read through quick. All right. I hope you can see this. We're just going to read through it quick. All right, let's start from here. All right, let's just read this. Let's just read this quick here. I don't want to leave it out. So now, the person that wrote this article, right? It's called two centuries of U.S. military operation. 2 centuries of U.S. military operation in Liberia, resistant to compliance, right? So he was a missionary. He worked for Medicine Sans Frontières. No, was it Medicine Sans Frontières? Okay, if I see it there. But yeah, he was a missionary that went to Liberia. But later he gained interest in, like, you know what? No, I gotta read story for Liberia. I gotta read a true story and stop working in this missionary and lying to the Liberian people, right? So he said, when I first arrived in Liberia during the war in 2000 to work for the humanitarian organization Medicine Sans Frontières, okay, as a non-medical coordinator, my prior knowledge of the country and the conflict in Liberia has been gained from reports published by established institutions and media outlets. From those sources, I gained the impression that this was a civil war that started around 1990. All right? That's the belief all Liberians get. The general picture was clear. The people in the Liberian government, led by Charles Taylor, were the bad guy. The international community was the good guy, seeking to help to protect the civilian population. Now, what he's trying to say here is, in reality, the international community were the bad guy, and Charles Taylor was not a bad guy. What he's trying to say here is, the international community made Charles Taylor as the bad guy that people know. But the truth here is, he's telling you, while working as a missionary, he knows everything. He knows on duty. Charles Taylor was not a bad guy, as you think. The international community in reality is actually the bad guy. Now, let's continue here. Now, the international community was the good guy, seeking to help and protect civilian population. The rebel, Liberia United for Reconciliation and Democracy law. This law was funded by the United States government, okay, which just, how they call it, Joe Buckeye was the chairman as well. Now, fell somewhere in between. While living and working in Monrovia, I soon came to realize that the conflict was primarily between the Liberian government and the United States. Now, those of you that believe, okay, that it was a civil war. Let's continue here. France was also involved, seeking to expand its sphere's influence from the neighboring Africas into Liberia. To the west, in Sierra Leone, now Great Britain as well. All right. So it was an international war. It was not a civil war. But our ignorance to the reality will make us to believe. All right. Let's continue to this. Let's continue here. Now, to the west, in Sierra Leone, the Revolutionary United Front has challenged the balance of power, which extends covert support. Several military interventions has taken place, including the development of the large UN peacekeeping force. Now, let's do this. At that time, there was no war in Liberia, right? During this time, right? No war here, right? But these were just international conflict fighting over Liberia. The US, they're fighting. France, they're fighting. Okay? UK, they're fighting. What is the United Nations peacekeeping force doing in Liberia? Now, let me this clear. The United Nations peacekeeping force came in Liberia, right? They were there. Then why they did not stop the war? These are all questions. You can do your research. Let's continue. I can answer it, but because of time, I can, because we're running out of time. But I'm just bringing it into your head so you can understand what we're going at, right? Now, let's continue to this. Okay, peacekeeping force. Okay, peacekeeping forces in Liberia, right? In addition to this, Great Britain, all right, have also developed 8 soldiers. Listen to this: 8 soldiers to secure British interests. Okay, to secure British interests in Liberia. To the north, Guinea was hosting and training the law rebel. The law. So again, Liberia, when you guys are talking about a World Economic Crowd, do not allow America, okay, to be subjective, to go against who they want to get. Now, Libya will have to be involved because Libya hosted Charles Taylor. Guinea will have to be involved because Guinea hosted the law rebel and trained the law rebel to come to Liberia. The law rebel financed by the United States. Let's continue here. Guinea was hosting and training the law rebel near the border to Liberia. Most other countries in the region, around Liberia now, right? Okay, in a region such as Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ghana, Libya, Nigeria, were also involved in the war in Liberia, along with several other European and Asian countries. Now you understand why ECOWAS was not involved for ceasefire. AU was not involved for ceasefire, they all sudden, because these are West African nations, right? Burkina Faso, West Africa, ECOWAS. Ghana, West Africa, ECOWAS. Libya, West Africa, ECOWAS. Nigeria, as the so-called powerhouse, West Africa, ECOWAS. Now, you understand. Africa on the other side, West Africa, ECOWAS, right? But again, Africa protecting the French interest. So you see why ECOWAS did not come. Because all of them were being bought. In fact, ECOWAS is a de facto entity to the United States. That is why they told ECOWAS to go to Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, and Guinea to fight them, to wage war on them, to kill Africans. And they agreed to go. But those nations too strong to collaborate, to find an alliances to be strong, and not to fight individually. And that's why ECOWAS backed off, because ECOWAS did not have army for all of those nations. So when you're talking about the economic war in Liberia, folks, you gotta be careful. You cannot leave the major perpetrator out. You cannot leave the major perpetrator out. But let's continue here. Let's continue here. We will bring the information and we make sure we embarrass those lawmakers to do the right thing. Let's continue here. And we'll make sure we expose the people that are fighting for economic war in Liberia. That hell no, back off. You are not sin. You are sinner. You have Liberian blood on your hand. Let's continue here. Now, it was often difficult to know who supported whom, and alliances shifted over time. It was clear, however, that the war in Liberia was not a civil war, as most commonly described. It was an international war fought primarily on the Liberian soil. Several inequality. Now, these are the reasons, right, that people will think and they will use us to go against each other, because they come and look at our situation and they use our situation like what Allen White is doing right now, because he know Liberian people want justice. Liberian people want how they call it some closer, right? So they are using that on us, but that justice in reality is not for us. But they will use it because they feel we want justice, because they feel we want people like Prince Johnson to go to the Hague, to go to prison. So they will use that and accompany their aim. Meanwhile, they actually want to give justice for the white people that were killed there, the norm that was killed, and they want for Prince Johnson to leave so that their interest in Nimba County will be fulfilled. Let's continue here. But listen to this. Okay, it was often difficult to know who supported whom, and alliances shifted over time. It was clear, however, that the war in Liberia was not a civil war, as most commonly described. It was an international war fought primarily on the soil of Liberia. Several inequality within Liberian society, combined with poverty. Didn't we see that during the John Weah administration? They used the Liberian situation, a nation that is 176 years old, but they used the 170 years old issues, complex issues, and they said it was the 6 years old man, George Weah, who was the cost. It was George Weah who was the cause. No food in the country, no job in the country, no healthcare facility, no this, no that. And they used that, and the American government heavily invested in propaganda. They used our situation to accomplish their aim. What was their aim? Their aim was to remove a government that refused to be puppet. Their aim was to remove a government that was giving its weak way, giving opportunity to Liberia, for Liberia to rise up. When he made that statement, Liberia will not be spectator in their own country again. America saw it as an insult. Because they said, if we get this man 12 years, Liberia will be different. And it will be hard for a puppet government to come in. Liberian, let me say this to you. If America supports your candidate, do not vote for that candidate. It is a hard truth. And we are telling you here. If America supports any candidate, running for president in Liberia, do not support that candidate. The candidate America don't support, vote for that candidate. That is the right candidate. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Now, let's continue here. All right. Several inequality combined with poverty, class division. Okay? Class division. So division have been in Liberia for so long. And McCarthy, the former ambassador, that idiot to Liberia, McCarthy, who said if Joseph Jimmy Robert was alive, right? He know that division in Liberia existed since 1822. But he had a guts to say it was George Weah that created division in Liberia. But let's continue here. Class division and religious and ethnic grouping made the country vulnerable to destabilization, which provided an opportunity. You see, so these things provided an opportunity for America, for Great Britain, for Europe, for France, for Britain, okay, to make the country, how they call it, provided them an opportunity for local actors to work in close collaboration with foreign power. and challenged U.S. influence in Liberia. The struggle for power among foreign nations in a West African nation or region is not new. And over the past 2 centuries, the United States has frequently sent its troops to Liberia to regain control of the country through diplomatic, economic, cultural, and military means. The United States has set limit upon the United States has set limit up on foreign power in Liberia. Okay? Liberia is a country in Africa where the United States has the most extended history of military engagement. And listen to this, each intervention is layers on experience of previous intervention. Over the years, the intervention has become more comprehensive and sophisticated. And Liberia can be considered an essential case for the general study of U.S. military intervention in Africa. Now, let's go further down here. All right, introduction. Let's see here. There are some things I want to show you here because we're trying to expose the United States and we'll expose them. So let's see here. Okay, let's see something here. All right, let's see here. This includes a role played by the U.S. military in the funding of Liberia. This includes the role played by the U.S. military in the funding of Liberia. No, I thought they said it was the ACS that funded Liberia. I thought a Google search says it was the ACS that funded Liberia. Let's continue here. This includes the role played by the U.S. military in the funding of Liberia, the protection of the country during the European former colonial era, multiple covert operations in securing U.S. friendly administration in Liberia, and direct military intervention when necessary to secure American interests in the region. Let's continue here. One of those direct military intervention was what? The assassination of Tobo. It was direct military intervention. Let's continue here. And the indirect military intervention was what? The assassination of President Doe. Let's continue. Ah, God. Economic war crime command foot. Let me see here. Now, this book predominantly based on primary sources, on or document and interview that are as close to the primary sources as possible. Based on these sources, it is showing that Liberia was the most crucial American foothold in Africa for more than a century. The frequent visit by the United States Navy in combination with a comprehensive military strategy for the country provided the fundamental security structure necessary for the development of important economic activities. For example, in 1926, Firestone Rubber Company established one of the world's most expensive rubber plantations in Liberia in order to break the British rubber monopoly, thus securing reliable supply for rubber to the U.S. Armed Forces and industry to fight World War II. Let's continue here. Equally important, in 1946, former U.S. Secretary of State Edward Stentenos Jr. established the Liberian Registry, which became one of the largest offshore ship registry in the world, allowing sensitive goods to be shipped directly across the world. Your port, you boast of it. All right. That's what it was funded for, to exploit your resources, to be taking your resources. All right, let's continue here. Around the world, while providing economic advantage to shipping companies. Now, economic advantage to Liberia. Now, during World War II, listen to this. During World War II, the Cold War, the U.S. government established many critical military facilities in Liberia. This included a significant air base, rubber field, a deep sea port, several training camps, and Center for Military and Intelligence Personnel. The United States Diplomatic and Intelligence Communication, right? Intelligence Communication relayed station from U.S. Embassy in Africa and West Asia. Two powerful Voice of America radio transmitter to cover the African continent, and one of the 6 antenna of the Omega Global Navigation System, later made redundant. The United States government gradually lost access to these strategic facilities as nation of socialist-oriented Pan-Africanists influenced Liberia intellectual and politician in the 1960s. This earlier notion of Pan-Africanism originated in the United States around the mid-18th century and developed in Liberia and Sierra Leone throughout the 19th century. All right? Now, let me go follow down here. Now, the interest of the independent and Pan-Africanist movement cover with the interest of the United States government regarding breaking up the former European colonial structure in Africa. However, Pan-Africanism turned against United States interest in Liberia in the 1970s. Okay, so this is yet another evidence again how you see how they want to get trouble. All right, all these things, Doe know nothing about this. What is it? Doe did not know nothing about this. So you see why they wanted Tobo to be killed, and Tobo was killed by the CIA. When the Liberian government imposed restriction on U.S. businesses or business activities and access to military facilities, also established relation with the USSR and the People's Republic of China. Now, these restrictions on U.S. businesses and military businesses and military bases and close relationship or relation with the USSR and China resulted in several U.S. covert and overt military operation in Liberia that led to the assassination of Tobo, that removed 3 governments from power between 1980 and 2003. Who were they now? You have what? President Tobo, President Doe, and President Charles Taylor. Now you see it, right? America. Let's continue here. During the period of the United States government, during this period, the United States government did not succeed in securing long-term, stable U.S.-friendly government in Liberia from 1990 to 2003. The country experienced full-scale war involving more than 15 nation-states. Listen to this. The war in Liberia involving more than 15 nation-states, most significantly Britain, Burkina Faso, France, Guinea, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Libya, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and the United States. Let's continue here. Now, you may ask, but how Ghana was involved? How Africa was involved? How Nigeria was involved? They were all involved because they accepted money. They accepted bribe. These are West African nations. They were all involved because they accepted money. They accepted bribe. And in fact, the first fashion that came from the French-speaking country where Burkina Bees that were in Liberia, the Burkina Bees. How can there be a civil war but you have Burkina Bees army in Liberia at that time? It's sad, but let's continue here. The war in Liberia created opportunity for other states, particularly France, to challenge U.S. interest in Liberia, and the United States in return challenged France's interest in the Ivory Coast. You see, why it was international war that was fought in Liberia was not a civil war. Let's continue to this. During the 1990s, numerous civil society groups were organized, armed, and trained for unconventional warfare, and national army from neighboring countries were sent to Liberia. National army from neighboring countries were sent to Liberia directly and indirectly on a U.S. command. So why will the U.S. be excluded in a war and economic crime code in Liberia? Let's continue here. As war erupted in Sierra Leone and the Ivory Coast, the conflict environment became increasingly complicated. Around the end of the 1990s, the United Nations military forces were gradually increased in the region. The United Nations forces were gradually increased in the region. United Nations chapter 5. That's a chapter VIII. You'll see it there. All right? During this time, the United Nations were in the country. Why the United Nations did not keep peace? Why the war went on? Why was the United Nations doing that? These are all questions we wanted the Liberian government to ask. Because if you are talking about seeking justice for the Liberian people, you don't know how to find out justice, you better go sit down and close your mouth. Then to allow someone to come and use you. Let's continue here. In the latter half of 2003, United Nations military intervention took place in Liberia under U.S. military command. Look at this. So the United States were having all these commands. Why did the United States sit and allowed the war to go on? Let's continue here. In the latter half of 2003, United Nations military intervention took place in Liberia under the United States military command, followed by a comprehensive reconstruction program. By May 2004, Liberia was under de facto. That's what America wanted. Liberia was under de facto U.S. administration. So that's what she wanted for the war to take place. Because once the war takes place, everything is destroyed. Liberians are being killed. Everything looted and gone. We will have no power, no option, no means but to succumb to the United States. And then anything they say, we will agree. Did we not agree? We agree. They do not agree for Liberia to become a de facto. We agree. Let's continue here. The armed forces of Liberia were dismantled. Why was it dismantled? Imagine now, during Turbo administration, the armed forces that was trained by America on tournament was dismantled on Turbo. Because Turbo has sent people to the USSR for training, and these people came and they were in Liberia. So obviously, that army was dismantled. Obviously, that army was dismantled. Okay? That army was dismantled. So, when Don took over, The US came back again and restructured their army again. But then what happened? In those second term, though dismantled again, the army that was restructured by the US and went back into the USSR. Oh, Liberia. Oh, Africa. It is sad. It is sad. It is very sad. It is very sad. It is very sad. It is very sad. Now, that's why the United States wanted the war to go on. Okay? Because, like, don't want it. If they're going to have free and fair election, somebody who have been elected by the will of popular demand by the Liberian people, who could have still carried on the policy of what Turbo, which was the policy of what Doe. So it was not going to do nothing for the US. That's why the US allowed the war to go on in Liberia. That's why the US supported and funded warlord, Charles Taylor, warlord Prince Johnson. How do you call it? Group NPFL, RNPFL, and the law group rebel that was trained in Guinea and those things. Let's continue here. Let's continue here. By May 2004, Liberia was under de facto US administration. The armed forces of Liberia were dismantled. Now you see it, right? Were dismantled and rebuilt under the supervision of US Department of Justice. The US Department of Justice were adding well worked for. You Liberian, you the Senate, y'all the representative. The US Department of Justice are adding well worked for. Let's continue here. Foreign experts indirectly approved by the United States government were deployed. Listen to this. And Liberian, anyway, they could have done it because Liberia was a de facto nation, right? Oh, God. Foreign experts indirectly approved by the United States government were deployed in key control points of Liberian government administration with power to sign off on important decision. Look at this. No government. And we don't even have government. Even the government is a de facto government. Boka government is a de facto government. Let's continue here. This form of intervention in the short term has been effective, but in the long term, it may result in new armed conflict and regional tourism. Did we not see that during the George Weah administration? Did we not see that during the George Weah administration? Where American government supported propaganda media. In fact, they invested heavily in propaganda media instead of supporting the Liberian government to build infrastructure, to improve the educational sector. But they invested heavily. They themselves said it. McCarthy said it. They invested heavily in the media for propaganda purposes. For what? Now they're going to explain that. It was predicted, by the way. It was predicted in this article that there was going to be conflict between America and China in Liberia. It was predicted. Well, let's see this. Let's see it. Now, he said the intervention stopped the war, disarmed the belligerent forces, and restore the infrastructure for economic development. However, the recent U.S. control of the Liberian military and economic structure is just the latest in series of similar U.S. intervention throughout the history of Liberia. Imagine the U.S. intervention have been just sophisticated. All the issues of Liberia, they have been caused by America. They have just been, it's like they know how to, they know the strategy to play. They have do it over and over until they have become sophisticated in doing it. Let's continue here. Let's continue. Wow, man. All right, let me start from here again. However, the recent U.S. control of the Liberian military and economic structure is just the latest in series of similar U.S. intervention throughout the history of Liberia, which were fiercely resisted by local and regional actors for various reasons, as is examined in this book. From the historical and realistic theoretical perspective, it is not likely that the U.S. intervention that started in 2003 will lead to a long-term lasting peace in Liberia that will secure U.S. interests. Now he's about to explain why. He said, it is more likely that Liberia intellectual and politician, and we saw that in the John Weah administration, it is more likely that the Liberian intellectual and politician will establish stronger bilateral relation with China, and that will conflict with U.S. interests. And that will conflict with U.S. interest. It was predicted in this writing. And exactly. And that's what we say in government, and we saw it in the John Weah administration, where people were eating posts on sexual falsely. Let's continue here. Such conflict of interest are not limited to Liberia, but reflect a general tendency across the African continent. The deepening of China-Africa relation is gradually changing the balance of power on the African continent, and this will contribute to changes in the global balance of power. As the last part of this book demonstrates, China-Liberia relations have grown stronger in 2003, and Liberia is particularly vital to the Chinese government due to the complicated history of China-Liberia relation. Liberia, the history of Liberia is perhaps the best case study of United States-Africa relation as an example that can be applied to other African nations. Now, let's go down. Chapter 1 shows, in contrast to the mainstream literature, that Liberia was not established by free slave, by slaveholder in the United States, with support from the Philanthropic American Colonization Society, ACS. Now, he's telling you Liberia was never established by free slave. Liberia was never established by the ACS. That's what we've been hearing, right? Listen to this. But even though we have established that, but this is another article proving again the argument. But it's still by white American slave owner. That's what Liberia was founded for. Liberia was founded by white American slave owner in close collaboration with the United States government. They fear the increasing number of slave rebellion. Okay, in the other articles, you saw the rebellion being mentioned. In this article again, you see rebellion slave being mentioned, right? Now, they fear the increasing number of slave rebellion in the America. They did not call them the increasing number of free slave. No, slave rebellion in the America, and a growing black population within the United States, which was seen as a threat to U.S. national security. This concern was interconnected to the risk that external power could instigate slave rebellion inside the United States by promising freedom to the slave after their military victory. You see it? Now, what did they say after their military victory? That's how Liberia came about. There was a coup that saw take place in Richmond, Virginia, at that time in the 1800s, by the slave who grouped themselves to go kill James Maroons, and they did not succeed. So that's what they made here, military victory. Let's continue. I don't want to go into it because of time. As as the use of slave labor has become increasingly dangerous. Liberia was funded as a place problematic, as a place where problematics, not free slave. They call them rebellious slave, they call them problematic slave. Okay? Where problematic black people could be sent back to Africa. Racial struggle continued in the Liberian colony. They did not say Liberian free state. No. In the Liberian colony between the white colonial administrator of the ACS and the black settlers and the indigenous population. Now, let me explain this. While there was a conflict between, first of all, let me break this down. While there was a racial struggle between, okay, the Liberian colony, between the white colonial administrator and the ACS black settlers. Why? You people believe that, most of you people believe that Liberia was funded to carry free slave. But why would they have white colonial settlers, white colonial administrator, white colonial governor, white colonial official there? The reason why there was a conflict between the white colonial official and the settlers, the rebellious slave, because the same treatment that was going through in America here, they were going through the same treatment in Liberia. And then on the other hand, the rebellious slave, because they were trained and they were giving them some sort of freedom and power. And that freedom and power that was given to them, so that they cannot go down low with the indigenous people in Medde. And just like in the United States here, the host Negro sought it as a freedom to be in a house, in a master house, because they were eating, they were being fed good, mosquitoes were not biting them, okay, they were living in a good home, sleeping in a good home. Then the few Negro who were not eating good food, who were in the field, mosquito biting them, anything. That's how it was like in Liberia. So the rebellious slave still had upper hand, was like, you know what, I think I better here than to disobey my master. It was all over, folks. All right, let's continue here. Let's continue. We'll soon end. I got to end it because we got to go. I got to end it. But I mean, the story is so sweet, you know. But we got to go. We got to go. We got to go. We got to go. If you're coming back to come by another time, we got to go. But yeah. Yeah. Let me see here. Let me see if I can leave that United States area. Let me see. Let me go down some more. So anyway, you understand the conflict, you know, in Liberia now, right? You understand? All right. All right, let's go from here. Chapter 3 stands in sharp contrast to most of the literature that refers to William R. Tarbell administration from 1971 to 1980 and describe his administration as a constitution of a suppressive rule by the Americo-Liberian elite, which ultimately led to the military coup in 1980. Nothing there to do with Doe. Again, Doe had nothing to do with they when it came Tarbell. This chapter shows Tarbell administration marked a significant shift from the Tubman, the regime he was honored as vice president, the American puppet regime, okay? Shift from the Tubman administration and was inspired by Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré. Tarbell, he was inspired by Kwame Nkrumah, inspired by Sekou Touré. Notion of socialist Pan-Africanism. During Tarbell administration, social reform were implemented, which gradually introduced free education and health care, pension scheme, low-cost social housing, and food security. America did not like this. We got to remove him. The government of Liberia broke strong allies with the United States government. So hypothetically, so Doe killed Tobo because Tobo broke an ally with the United States government. Oh God. Liberia, if we don't unite and stop the nonsense activities, this is how America going to keep using us. Let's continue here. The government of Liberia broke strong alliances with the United States government and established close relationship with socialist-oriented countries such as East Germany, Guinea, Libya, the People's Republic of China, Romania, and the USSR, which Liberia received financial and technical support for comprehensive agriculture program and establishment of more than 30 state-owned enterprise under Tobo administration. Meanwhile, America has been owning all of our enterprise. America has been owning all of our resources. But here is a man that came and said, America, no, we got to own our enterprise now. We got to own our resources. They want to kill him. So, and all these policies, right? When even though later on down the line, here, second time when he became smart, he said, but Tobo had a good plan. And he decided to go with Tobo plan and how they want to kill Doe. So, Doe did not kill Tobo. Because if Doe killed Tobo, then Doe got to know that, but Tobo plan was good. Then why would he want to kill Tobo when he knew Tobo plan was good? You see it? The government of Liberia further restricted the United States government from using its military bases in Liberia. There was a need for the CIA to kill Tobo. The last part of this chapter provides a detailed analysis of how the United States government responded to the policy of the government of Liberia through the establishment of opposition group that destabilized the government of Liberia and prepared the ground for military coup in 1980s. Now, you see here, how can America be innocent? How can America be in sin? Let me read this again. Let me read this and we'll close it. We'll close it. I will end here and we'll close it because we got to go. But America is not a sin. America have Liberian blood on here. Look at this. Chapter 4 examine how the United States government supported the military junta. Oh, in fact, let me read this. Let me read here before I get to that place. Let me connect a dot here. The last part of this chapter provide a detailed analysis of how the United States government responded to the policy of the Liberian government through the establishment of opposition. What does that mean? Through the establishment of opposition, the coup d'etat group that destabilized the government of Liberia, Tobo, and prepared the coup for the military and prepared the ground. America prepared the ground for the military coup in 1980 when Tobo was murdered and a 13 key government official publicly executed. And you want to leave America up? It's not going to happen. Let's continue here. I'll read this, then we'll end it. Chapter 4 examine how the United States government supported the military junta under the leadership of Samuel K. Doe. Just how they went and killed Tobo, that's how, again, under the leadership, just how they prepared the ground for the assassination of Tobo, under the leadership again, okay, the military leadership, right? That's what I say here. Chapter 4 examine how the United States government supported the military junta under the leadership of Samuel K. Doe, that killed Tobo in the first half of the 1980s, and how the policies of the Tobo administration were reversed. It further outlined why Doe fell out with the United States government, the same government again. The same entity again that is supported that killed Turbo, right? Then the same government again, Doe went after them. The United States went after Doe. After Doe said, no, the Turbo plan was good. Why the CIA killed Turbo for? After Doe said, no, the CIA run for the kill Turbo. Because look at Turbo plan. I must go with Turbo plan. Boom. Doe too far apart from America. So chapter 4 examine how the United States supported the military junta under the leadership of Samuel K. Doe, 1. Doe in the first half of the 1980s, and how, again, the policy of the Turbo administration were reversed. Were reversed, it means how Doe came back to the Turbo administration. How Doe came back to the Turbo policy, it reversed again. Because the same policy that the CIA came Turbo for, then the same policy reversed again. It came back again on Doe in his second term. So this is where Doe became an enemy to America. It followed out long why Doe fell out with the United States government in the later half of the 1980s, and how the United States Department of State, now this is some people adding why they were working at that time now with the United States Department of State. Okay? It followed out long why Doe fell out with the U.S. government and in the later half of the 1980s, and how the United States Department of State responded to Doe increasingly anti-American position. So America saw Doe as an anti, because Doe wanted Liberia to be self-sufficient. Doe wanted Liberia to be a sovereign nation, not a de facto, not a colony, not a territory of America. Doe speaking a national interest now. So whenever you are speaking of a peace, America sees it as an anti-American position, which initially made the United States government to support Charles Taylor. Let me read that again. We're ending here. We gotta go, but the article is rich. You know, I already have this article now, right? And the information. All I need to do is to write books. I think that will be my next project. I have to find a time to sit down and really write books, because trust me, I had the information already. I have the sources. Okay, I don't have to go dig again. No, I have them. I have them safe, right? All I have to do, I have read them, I know them. So all I have to do now is to just sit down and just write a book. All right. So let end this and then we'll go. Okay. It followed along why Doe fell out with the United States government in the later half of the 1980s, and how the United States Department of State responded to Doe increasingly anti-American position, in which initially made the United States government support Charles Taylor and the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, with the aim of removing Doe from power and making Charles Taylor president of Liberia. However, since the United States government could not rely on Charles Taylor on the NPFL as credible ally, primarily because of the link to Muammar Gaddafi government in Libya, it encouraged and supported the formation. The United States encouraged and supported the formation of the Independent National Patriotic Front as a breakaway group from the National Patriotic Front of Liberia under Charles Taylor, which then under Charles Taylor, and then which then the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, which then came under the leadership of Prince Johnson, as the INPFL was not strong enough to remove Doe and keep the NPFL from power. The United States government facilitated the formation and intervention of the Economic Community of West African States. This is why when they tell you say Ghana, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, they were all involved in the war. This is it. You see it? So Charles Taylor, America knew that when Doe is being killed, right, by Prince Johnson, Charles Taylor will still continue So look, America need Chastera will not come back. And that's why they broke away in front of the IMPFL. So they knew all of these things. And then what happened? They are saying here, they are saying that they also knew that Prince Johnson will not withstand Chastera. Prince Johnson will not fight Chastera. Prince Johnson cannot overthrow Chastera, will not win Chastera on a battlefield. So what they did, America then win, okay? America then win and facilitated, okay, with the formation of the Economic Community of West Africa State. Let's say ECOMO, right? The Economic Community of West African State. Monitoring Group, ECOMO, which function as a de facto African multinational proxy army of the United States. ECOMO. So you see why they wanted to go Niger. So you see why we need to leave these African entities. They are all de facto U.S. entity. So with this, the United States government told ECOWA not to intervene in a war in Liberia. And they told them, I mean, when you read the article, they told them, America told them, when the United States ready for peace in Liberia, we will let you know. When the United States ready for peace in Liberia, we will let you know. Because the United States wanted to subjugate Liberia until Liberia will be in a position where they will have no option but to agree with America, anything America say, because they just want freedom. And let me say this: freedom and liberation, they are different. Freedom and liberation, they are different. They are not the same. Freedom is not the same as liberation. Liberation is not the same as freedom. If you ask me, both of them, what do you want? I want liberation. I don't want freedom. It sounds stupid, right? It sounds crazy, right? Freedom and liberation, they are two different things. If you ask me, which one do you prefer? I prefer and I want liberation. I don't want freedom. Why? When you have freedom, you are still a slave. In America here, right? I'm not going into that, but you know what I mean. When you have freedom, you are still a slave. That means, they will give you some level of treatment. They will give you some level of treatment. Freedom. You may have the freedom to move around. You may have the freedom to own some property. You may have the freedom to drive car. You may have the freedom, to go to work and get some paycheck. But you do not have the freedom to protect yourself. In America here, black people can protect themselves? No. You see liberation? They don't have liberation. They have peace. But you can't protect yourself. You can't fight for yourself. You can't fight for your interest. You can't ask the government of things that are happening against you. You can't fight the system. You can't ask the system. That's not liberation. You have peace. So, peace does not always mean you are happy. Peace does not always mean you are happy. No. Liberation means you are happy because you own everything. You are liberated. You are not a de facto. With peace, you can be a de facto nation. With peace, you can be a de facto entity. Let's continue here. So you see, what America did to ECOMO. All right? So they were functioning as a de facto African multinational proxy war of the United States government, beside direct functional contribution through pondering funding. The United States government channel resources to ECOMO through increased aid to contributing African nations. Rhetorically, ECOMO was presented as an African solution to an African problem, with the assistance of ECOMO and the United States government, President Doe. Listen to this. Listen to this. With the assistance of ECOMO and the United States government, President Doe was captured by President Johnson. President Doe was captured by the INPFL and died from torture. I'll take this out. So, you have seen it. I mean, the article is rich. Tom, you enjoy when you read reading it. So, America is not a sin. We do not want no entity from America here to come and say we want economic and war crime code. Like you say, if you come from the United States and you are fighting for economic and war crime code in Liberia, as you so claim you love Liberia, you want to seek justice for Liberian people, you must go after America first. Go after America first. Don't go after Prince Johnson. Because Prince Johnson will come. Okay, Prince Johnson will come, but don't go after Prince Johnson. Go after the man that created the monster. Go after the nation that created the monster, Prince Johnson. Go after the man that created the monster, Charles Taylor. Because before Prince Johnson became a monster, he was an innocent man. Somebody made him a monster. And that person we won. Charles Taylor was not a monster. Somebody made him a monster. And that person we won. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, those are the people we want. But you can't leave the major perpetrator of the war. Then you run it after victims. You think we stupid? America, we in this together. You want freedom? You want justice for Liberia? We will teach you how to fight about justice for Liberian in Liberia. Having said that, this is where we end. I'm just going to play this live video just for, and then we go. We call it for a day. All right. Yeah. So there's a video out there, and it's called The Apocalypse of Africa. And it gave various dimensions about Africa and what Africa have been through from the West or from specifically America. But I'm going to focus on Liberia. And I urge every one of you Liberians to watch that video. It is called The Apocalypse of Africa.
The following is conversation 9-17. The Africans just can't run things. That's a very, very fundamental point.
More people need to watch this, and we need to spread the word to other Liberians and other people in general about this documentary.
For Patricia Nixon, the new year begins with a unique role for the First Lady, greeted in Liberia as a visiting head of state by President-elect William Tolbert.
We consider it a great honor and a source of personal pleasure to recognize in our midst the presence of Mrs. Richard M. Nixon, who is attending these ceremonies in the capacity of personal representative of her husband, President Richard M. Nixon, our great and good friend.
Liberia is really important, let's say, just country or state over there that really the U.S. was able to use to kind of get its tentacles in other parts of the continent.
We had this long-term strategic interest in Liberia, such as it was. We had a listening post. We had overflight rights that were important for various covert operations in Africa, refueling rights at Monrovia, which were important for the Navy, and of course this huge Firestone interest in rubber.
The U.S. is not our friend for our benefit. The U.S. is our so-called friend for their benefit and their continuous presence on the African continent.
And there was the assumption, you know, that we'd owned every government up to that point. We were going to own every government from there on.
It is very important in this time of our history, I mean the Liberian history, to get to know the true information, the true story about Liberia.
And this is very important for Liberians. I'm speaking particularly to the journalists and the bloggers who continue to write a narrative, right? And I understand, you know, there are corrupt actors, but writing and extolling the U.S. and calling for U.S. intervention is very dangerous. You know, it always comes at a price.
Strictly national interest. Do we want influence with these people? Do we want to make money at the same time? Do we want our people to be there as a listening post? And if you sell weapons, you need people there for technical assistance and so on. No, it's a very practical matter of influence.
So U.S. guns don't kill people.
Well, of course they do, but that's the price you pay.
This country called Liberia, this really territory of the United States, and knowing how it's always been a pawn of the U.S. Once you start understanding that, then kind of like the small gripes or the horizontal issues that we have with each other, I think will dissipate. So Liberians really need to be aware of the history of the relationship between, you know, like the Liberian country and the U.S. specifically.
Look, folks, we have to tell the true story about Liberia, okay? We have to be able to face like America about what she has been doing in Liberia. Because if we don't do that, right, America will continue to do what she has been doing to Liberia and what she's still doing to Liberia.
The United States didn't know what was going on in Liberia. It couldn't have known what was going on anywhere in the world. It's just not reasonable. It's not conceivable that the United States didn't know exactly what was going on and what was going to go on.
And by the way, we are not here to convince you to accept what we already know or what we are here to tell you, right? But we are just giving you some hints, and you can go and find out about the information, all right? But this documentary, The Apocalypse of Africa, will give you a foundational understanding of the history of Africa, specifically as well Liberia. It is called The Apocalypse of Africa. And the link of that video is going to be posted below, so you can also watch it. All right, folks, I know we've been here for a very long time. It's already 5:31. Trust me, I think this, I can say, is the longest time we've been here because we have a lot of information to present to you. But thanks for sticking around. That's what we have today. We will continue maybe, later on in the future to talk about this, but we got to go on to a different topic. But yeah, so I thought it's worth to bring this, because trust me, most of our Liberian population, they don't even know this. Trust me. They don't know what is going on. They don't know about this, okay? Because they don't have access to the information. So they only know what American mainstream media will come and tell them, or what documentary will come and tell them, or when they see an European or a white man go to Liberia, go and tell them. That's all they believe. All right, but we will keep on exposing, these people and bringing out the truth. Look, we are not saying we don't want justice or Liberians don't want justice, but justice have to be fought the right way, and the right people have to be caught and face justice. Okay, and they have to give some sort of a reparation. I mean, adding why the injustices in America here, he's not fighting for justice for black people. In America, he's going to Africa, in Liberia, to go fight for justice there. That's not what he's going for there. All right, we shouldn't get it twisted. No white man will fight for justice, especially for freedom, especially just, I mean, if a crime committed by white against black, in this kind of a minor, you will not see the white man come from anywhere to fight for that justice. It's not going to happen. Don't get it twisted. So, to the government of Liberia, these are some information we have for you. The Senate of Liberia, the House of Representatives, the Congress, whatsoever there, these are informations we have for you. If you can't read, get to us. We will write the points of what you need to say. If you don't know how to write a question, right? Because you are dealing with experts, let us know. We will sit down and write the question in a way that you will ask those experts. All right? This is a time that we all need to work together. If you see information like this, do not turn your blind eye to it. Do not turn your blind eye to it. Turn your right eye to it. Share this video with the government of Liberia. I know he's a puppet. He's not going to take it. But what I want for people to get here is some senators and representatives in there, some actually know what it stands for and what they want for Liberia. They will fight. And some of them actually want information like this, right? So that they will be able to face the devil. So give it to them. Having said that, I repeat the question. Will the major perpetrator face justice, war, and economic crime court of Liberia? We already know them, and we'll keep exposing and we'll keep educating our people. We are not supporting any war crime court, any economic war crime court in Liberia if it is not holistic. If you can't go back decades for the economic, if you can't go back to hold the people who started the war in America here, who funded all these fashion, just forget about economic war crime court in Liberia. It's not going to happen. Forget it. It's not going to happen. Forget it. It's not going to happen. Having said that, thank you for being on. This is the VCC, We Challenge Colonialism, every Sunday, 1 p.m., where we discuss everything pertaining to black. That's it. Nothing less, nothing more. And we are unapologetic of what we say here because people that do the act, they are unapologetic when they are doing it. So when we saying it, when we research it and we come here, we saying it, we become unapologetic. Peace.